Chapter 1414. Woo. Fong Helling let out a meaningless howl. He didn't know what he was shouting about. However, there was an emotion that had nowhere to vent that urged him to roar out. Like a trapped beast, like an injured dog. He was an injured dog trapped in a cage, but he also wanted to go crazy, roar, and fight. His strongest strength was suppressed in his body, and the broken sword technique stopped at the surface. However, the cold light between his fingers was already in his hand. He jumped high up. He still had a dagger, a fist, and teeth. He didn't have nothing. His painful heart became more and more painful. His blood-red eyes became even redder. He shouted almost crazily, but there was not a complete syllable. This world was blood-red, and he was as pale as bones. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. His anger and hatred were burning at such a high frequency. However, a hand reached over and pressed on the space between his eyebrows, stopping him. It was like an eagle pouncing on a chick. He had even seen the process. That person calmly raised his right hand and raised his palm, facing him. Coincidentally, the palm stopped right in between his eyebrows. At this moment, Fong Helling realized that he could no longer move. The hand that was hanging in front of his eyebrows seemed to have taken over his body and frozen his fate. His entire body was frozen in midair in a diving posture. He was like a kite that had been hung, and that person looked up at him. It was a pair of gentle, indifferent, and mysterious eyes. Fong Helling inexplicably felt that he had been seen through to the depths of his soul. But he clearly remembered that Zhang Linchuan's eyes weren't like this. When he put on the bone mask, Zhang Linchuan's eyes were slightly arrogant and distant, completely matching the image of the genius of the Tao Academy from the three major surnames. After putting on the bone mask, there was only coldness. He thought that the latter was the real Zhang Linchuan. It wasn't heartless, but simply heartless. Other than what he wanted, nothing else mattered. Then why did it become like this? Fong Helling thought hard. In the endless pain, he silently activated his divine power. Your heart seems to be increasing my pain. The man who had restrained him with a raise of his hand was still looking at him. His tone seemed to be sighing, but there's really no room for it to be increased. Fong Helling was greatly shocked. It wasn't just that his secret movements had been detected. Furthermore, the hate god art that he tried so hard to activate didn't even cause a ripple. Furthermore, what did he mean by, "There's no room to increase the pain in my heart"? You, who killed your own family with your own hands, actually feel pain? Fong Helling glared fiercely at him and asked in a hoarse voice. If he could, he wanted to bite this person's throat and drink his blood. What surprised him was the gentle, indifferent, distant, and mysterious eyes of the person in front of her actually rippled for a moment. He actually saw a flash of sadness in this person's eyes. Zhang Linchuan. Zhang Linchuan could grieve too. I remember. In his bewilderment, Fong Helling heard the person in front of him say, "You are from the Fong family." Fong Helling was stunned. How could Zhang Linchuan be so unfamiliar with him? No, because before Zhang Linchuan put on the bone mask, the two of them had already interacted many times. He had unilaterally expressed his goodwill countless times. At that time, Zhang Linchuan had always gotten along with him at a distance. No matter how much he looked down on him, he wouldn't forget him. Then, would Zhang Linchuan deliberately show his unfamiliarity to humiliate him? Definitely not, because he wasn't qualified to be humiliated by him. You're not Zhang Linchuan. Fong Helling's blood-red eyes regained a trace of clarity. Who are you? Then he heard the man in front of him, who looked exactly like Zhang Linchuan, say softly, "You can call me Wang Yinxiang." The other party said Fong family. Other than his old friends in Maplewood City, no one would care about the *T Fong family in Maplewood City. Even Maplewood City was just *T. Therefore, Fong Helling was sure that the person in front of him should also be from Maplewood City. But Wang Yinxiang? He only knew of Wang Zhangxiang, who was an outstanding disciple of Maplewood City's Tao Academy. Later, he even entered the County Tao Academy. He tried hard to curry favor with Zhang Linchuan, but he wasn't familiar with Wang Zhangxiang because Wang Zhangxiang was always immersed in cultivation and doing missions. There weren't many opportunities to come into contact with him. He only knew that Wang Zhangxiang had an elder brother who was a good-for-nothing who couldn't cultivate. He lived in seclusion in the Wang clan and rarely showed his face. Other than that, he didn't know much about him. If he remembered correctly, that person was called Wang Zhangji, who was Wang Yinxiang. As if seeing through his doubts, the person in front of him continued, I'm Wang Zhangxiang's elder brother. Wang Zhangxiang's elder brother, Ningxiang. Fang Heling didn't go to the Zhuang state later, nor did he look for his old friends in Maplewood City, so he didn't know what happened to Wang Zhangxiang in the end. Before today, he had always thought that Wang Zhangxiang should still be in Qinghe County's Dao Academy, living the life he had yearned for. Step by step, he had become a powerhouse respected by everyone, a superior person. Of course, now it seemed that he was just working for that son of 8B*TCH Zhuang Court. But no matter what happened to Wang Zhangxiang, how did the good-for-nothing Wang Zhangji, who couldn't cultivate, become so powerful? How did he become like this? What's your relationship with Zhang Linchuan? Fang Heling asked. He took my physical body, and then I took his physical body, the man named Wang Yinxiang said calmly. But this simple sentence carried a lot of hidden undercurrents. How could a good-for-nothing who couldn't cultivate be taken by Zhang Linchuan? How could he turn the tables and take Zhang Linchuan's physical body? Fang Heling could completely imagine how thrilling it must have been when this person and Zhang Linchuan fought for the physical body. But what was even more frightening to him was that in the battle between Zhang Linchuan and Wang Zhangji, it seemed that Zhang Linchuan was the one who had the initiative. Wang Zhangji, who was already so powerful and terrifying that it made him despair, had his physical body taken by Zhang Linchuan. How powerful was Zhang Linchuan? He remembered Zhang Linchuan, the bone messenger who had wreaked havoc in Maplewood City. He was a cold man in the inner mansion realm who was good at thunder methods. He knew that with Zhang Linchuan's talent, he would definitely make great progress after that carefully planned conspiracy. But he thought that he could shorten the distance between them by working so hard. Fang Heling's body was still suspended in the air, but he almost ignored this. With some indescribable emotions, he asked anxiously, Then do you know what Zhang Linchuan's strength is now? He heard his own voice. It was very dry, because he had already seen the answer. He also felt it. Facing his difficulties and bitterness, Wang Zhangji only said calmly, I see that you are also looking for the lifeless sect. The lifeless sect was founded by him. What do you think his strength is now? Fang Heling could now understand what kind of power an evil sect like the lifeless sect could gather and what kind of power it needed to support it. He had always thought that the lifeless sect was probably a disguised bone sect. Zhang Linchuan had probably climbed to a higher position in the lifeless sect than before, but he didn't expect Zhang Linchuan to be the pope of the lifeless sect, a divine master, a Taoist master, and a hierarch in one body. The worst result had become a reality. Since the lifeless sect was founded by Zhang Linchuan, his strength was already immeasurable, especially the word also in Wang Zhangji's words. Even someone as strong as Wang Zhangji was also looking for the lifeless sect. They had once fought each other for physical bodies, and there was also the destruction of Maplewood City. There must be a blood feud between them. But Wang Zhangji didn't directly go to Zhang Linchuan. What did this mean? Wang Zhangji's implication was clearly, the gap between you and the real Zhang Linchuan is bigger than the gap between you and me. This answer was so obvious, without any concealment. But it was a bit too cruel. I know, Fang Heling said. For the first time, there was surprise in Wang Yinxiang's eyes. He seemed to be surprised that Fang Heling, who he thought was extremely fragile, could be so calm at this moment. As an ordinary person, he stayed with a group of monsters every day, especially when he gradually became a monster himself. Fang Heling's will had been on the verge of collapse. He was constantly crazy, constantly tearing, and constantly hypnotizing himself. Such a Fang Heling, even if he was strong, was just a paper tiger. Not to mention that he was far from being strong enough. Wang Zhangji saw through his fragile nature at a glance. Therefore, he was a little surprised by his calmness at this moment. But it was just a surprise. He didn't say anything, but slowly withdrew his palm that was hovering in front of Fong Helling's eyebrows. And in Fong Helling's perception, everything was going backward. His body flew back. His body and soul were still boiling and returned to before the boiling. His eyes were blood red, and the dagger stopped between his fingers. The part of the soul, bone, flesh, and blood that he thought had been separated stopped before it was separated. It didn't go to the step of separation at all. Everything was like a dream, as if nothing had happened. He just turned around and saw Wang Zhangji, who had taken Zhang Linchuan's body. He was full of shock and didn't know what to say. The pair of indifferent and deep eyes looked over. "You don't have much power to consume. Are you sure you want to waste it like this?" Was I already restrained before the remnant sword method was launched? Fong Helling was at a loss in self-doubt, but he also listened to the advice and dispersed the remnant sword method. Just now, he wanted to ask what had happened just now, but he was interrupted as soon as he opened his mouth. "Now is not the time to talk," Wang Zhangji said. At this moment, behind Fong Helling was a tall cliff and a strong pine tree. A follower of the lifeless sect was hanging on the pine tree, dying miserably. Wang Zhangji, who was dressed in ordinary clothes but had a good appearance and a special temperament, stopped in front of him, keeping a considerable distance. Then he stepped forward. With only one step, he had already walked to Fong Helling's side. He grabbed his arm casually. With another step, he had already jumped down the cliff with him. It wasn't that Fong Helling didn't think of dodging, but he couldn't find a place to do so. Even with all his imagination and strength, he didn't know how to avoid it. The hand that grabbed his arm seemed to have taken root in his body. The roots dug deep into his flesh, and he couldn't get rid of it. So he fell down the cliff with his back facing the other side. Beside his ears was the sound of the wind. From this angle, he could still see the lifeless sect follower who was hanging on the tree and whose heart was crushed. At that moment, he almost thought that the other party was going to kill him like this. But the fall stopped. Wang Zhangji pulled him and directly crashed into the cliff wall horizontally. The expected scene of him breaking into pieces didn't happen. The cliff wall naturally opened up a hole, which was just big enough for two people to hide. Wang Zhangji let go of his hand. The feeling of being firmly suppressed had disappeared. Fong Helling, who was relieved, was about to ask when Wang Ningxiang glanced at him. He inexplicably understood the meaning of this look. "Don't speak." So he shut his mouth tightly. Almost in the next moment, he heard a roar breaking through the sky. A terrifying aura spread out in all directions. An unknown powerhouse descended on the cliff. Fong Helling's heart jumped to his throat, because the sound of the powerhouse descending was clearly near the pine tree on the cliff. In other words, it was very likely to be a powerhouse from the lifeless sect. If Wang Zhangji didn't suddenly appear today, he would have already fallen into the other party's hands. But now, they simply jumped down the cliff and created a hole in the cliff wall. Could they hide from a powerhouse with such a terrifying speed? They didn't even need to seal the hole. Fong Helling almost wanted to release his own Dao technique to form an earth wall to make their hiding place more believable. But after all, he didn't dare to make any noise. They simply stood here and didn't see Wang Zhangji use any secret technique. Could they really not be discovered? What made Fong Helling feel lucky and somewhat doubtful was, the answer to this question quickly appeared. The roar that belonged to the lifeless sect powerhouse exploded again and went far away in a flash. From beginning to end, the unknown powerhouse from the lifeless sect didn't pay any attention to the bottom of the cliff at all. They actually managed to hide from such a short distance. How'd they do it? Fong Helling didn't believe that the unknown powerhouse from the lifeless sect would be so careless. He looked at Wang Zhangji, meaning to ask if he could speak now. This man who wasted the Meridian unlocking pill and was regarded as trash for a long time in Maplewood City still had an indifferent look in his eyes. It was as if nothing could attract his attention and nothing could make him care about it. Fong Helling then asked, "Who was it just now?" "The former second elder of the White Bone Path, the current guardian of the lifeless sect. Lu Yan," Wang Zhangji replied casually, then continued. "The more troublesome thing is that he's now a god descent. A god descent powerhouse born with a nether eye is very difficult to deal with. Although he said it was troublesome, Fong Helling didn't see any expression of trouble on his face. If he's already a god descent, then Fong Helling shouldn't have asked such a question. It wasn't like he hadn't encountered god descent cultivators before. He was no stranger to the pressure of spiritual sense sweeping over him. The golden-bodied jade essence's performance in battle was also very obvious. Wang Zhangji didn't have any of these. But what Wang Zhangji gave him was a sense of pressure he'd never felt from a cultivator below the god descent realm. It was far more terrifying than the likes of Fatty Zhang, Thin Li, and Swallow. I'm not a god descent, Wang Zhangji said indifferently, but Lu Yin relies too much on the nether eye. This just happens to be a barrier to his knowledge. Not yet a god descent, yet he dared to hide under the eyes of a god descent powerhouse, dig a hole in the cliff, and then stand there openly? Even if Lu Yin flew down and swept with his naked eye, there was no way he'd miss the two of them. What kind of powerhouse could calmly evaluate a god descent cultivator's innate nether eye and use it so openly? Was this calm-faced man in front of him really not a hidden Dao master? Fong Helling felt that his understanding of this world was being overturned. He admitted that he was trash, but could the gap between people really be so great? Although you said you're not a god descent yet, I think you can kill him, Fong Helling said hesitantly. Wang Zhangji shook his head. The essence can't be crossed, unless I can condense spiritual sense in advance, but that in itself is already a step to god descent. These words denied the possibility that he could kill Lu Yin beyond his realm. But he also expressed his confidence in facing Lu Yin in a tone like he was stating an established fact. As long as he condensed spiritual sense, he could do it. Lu Yin wasn't an ordinary god descent powerhouse, but a god descent who was born with a nether eye. People who were born with this kind of divine ability were often more powerful than cultivators of the same realm. Wang Zhangxiang's elder brother turned out to be more of a genius than Wang Zhangxiang? No. Compared to Wang Zhangji's performance today, how could the Wang Zhangxiang of the past bear the title of genius? Fong Helling had to admit that among the people he knew, perhaps only Jiang Wang and that Zhang Linchuan could compare to this kind of talent. Unfortunately, he didn't have the qualifications to participate in the comparison. He subconsciously moved his throat and said somewhat dryly, "Why did you save me?" At this time, he naturally understood that he might have stepped into the lifeless sex trap today, and Wang Zhangji suddenly appeared and saved him from under Lu Yan's nose. But why? What did Wang Zhangji want? After his father's death, he didn't believe that there would be anyone in this world who would give him unconditional kindness. Everything had a price. Could he bear the price that Wang Zhangji wanted? Fong Helling silently deliberated, but Wang Zhangji had already turned and walked out, stepping on the air as if walking on flat ground. He just left his voice behind him. It's just convenient. Looking at his back without hesitation, Fong Helling suddenly blurted out, "Help me." But the figure didn't stop and walked down the cliff. Fong Helling jumped down the cliff and shouted behind him, "No, it's not to help me. It's to give me a chance to help you more. You came specially to save me, presumably because you want me to bring more trouble to the lifeless sect, right? I'm willing. As long as you can help me become stronger, I'm willing to pay any price. The lifeless sect is an organization that I must eradicate, and Zhang Linchuan is my enemy." Wang Zhangji's figure stopped. He turned his head and looked at Fong Helling with his gentle but distant eyes. "That bait was originally used to catch me, so I saved you just because it's convenient." Fong Helling didn't give up. "Since it's convenient, why don't you expect me to be more useful?" Wang Zhangji's expression had always been very indifferent, whether it was in the first confrontation or when he was hiding from Lu Yan. It seemed that there was always a layer between him and the world. It was the same when he looked at Fong Helling. There was no expectation or pity. He just said, "Why do you think you can help me? I'm a good-for-nothing." "I admit it," Fong Helling said. "Compared to geniuses like you, I'm a complete good-for-nothing." He stared at Wang Zhangji. "But my desire to kill Zhang Linchuan is stronger than yours." Wang Zhangji's calmness at this moment seemed indifferent, even cold. But he obviously didn't care about Fong Helling's feelings. He just said in his usual tone, Zhang Linchuan is not someone you can kill even if you want to. Maybe there are miracles in this world, but I've never seen one. What if I bite off a piece of his flesh? What if I rub off a piece of his skin? What if I just delay him for a breath? What if I waste a glance from him? Fong Helling's eyes were no longer bloodshot, but there was still a kind of cruelty in them. I'm willing to pay everything I can, as long as I can play a little role in killing him. Wang Zhangji did feel his determination. He looked at him seriously. The person who gave you that swordsmanship should be very strong. Why don't you let him help you? He won't help me. Fong Helling shook his head bitterly. Except for Yin Zi, he doesn't care about anyone else's life. Everyone in the organization is like his toys, replaceable at any time. If I want to get something, I have to pay something. But I've already paid everything I can. I can do any dangerous task in exchange for the reward he gives me. But he often loses his memory. Sometimes he doesn't even know what to do, so there won't always be tasks. My speed of becoming stronger has slowed down. I can't be any slower. Sometimes Fong Helling didn't know whether he was lucky or unlucky to be picked up by Yin Zi and brought back to the Valley of No Return. Of course, he got much more powerful abilities than when he was in Maplewood City. But looking at his body, mediocre Tao meridians that were abandoned and reconstructed, vicious skills that were forcibly transplanted, and fierce swordsmanship that could harm himself and others. Even his body had been adjusted by Yin Chunhui again and again as a price. He was no longer a human, nor a ghost. He saw Yin Zi crying in front of the mirror. Although he couldn't cry, he also felt the feeling of disgust for his body. Wang Zhangji turned around and continued to walk down. Fong Helling still wanted to fight for it, but he really didn't know what else he could fight for. He was a little lost. He really didn't know how to cross the natural moat. It seemed that no matter how he jumped, he was in the mud. No matter how he struggled, there was no daylight. Follow me for this period of time. Wang Zhangji's voice came from the front. After I understand your current state, I'll see if I could do anything for you. Is your time convenient? Convenient. Convenient. Fong Helling quickly followed. Chapter 14-15. Some people exhausted their entire lives but could not obtain what they wished for. Everything was impossible. Some people moved forward resolutely and had already learned to walk calmly in the wind and rain. In a sense, Wang Zhangji and Jiang Wang had a similar attitude toward fate. Wang Zhangji did not believe in miracles in the world because the miracle he expected did not happen in Maplewood City. And Jiang Wang believed that he could do everything he wanted to do, no matter how impossible it seemed. They would not place their hopes on others. Meet me in the building. After the Jade Dragon was finished, another waiter came up to the second floor, holding a plate of food in his hand. On the plate were 5 wooden cylinders that seemed to be hidden in the clouds. He approached the round table, one for each person, and distributed them to the 5 people sitting there. After eating the Jade Dragon, Lord Jiang had already raised his respect for this banquet table to 120%. He carefully looked at the wooden cylinder in front of him, studying the beautiful carvings on the cylinder. It was a picture of a fish leaping over the Dragon Gate. The second dish of this banquet is called Dragon Gate. The main waiter's maid opened the cylinder completely, and Jiang Wang saw that on the wooden base, carved into the shape of a lotus, there stood a small golden and red gate. Steam rose in spirals, floating like an immortal. There was also a faint, refreshing fragrance that mischievously lingered at the tip of his nose. The serving maid introduced, "This pastry is made with the fish marrow and fish roe of the Jade Dragon as the main ingredients." She handed over the ivory chopsticks. "Young master, please eat." Jiang Wang took the chopsticks, and with a faint reluctance to waste natural resources, he lifted the lid of the exquisite Dragon Gate and put it in his mouth. It was a pastry that could be carved into a Dragon Gate, so it should be somewhat hard, but it melted the moment it entered his mouth. Amidst the cool, smooth texture of goat's milk, he tasted tiny, warm granules that exploded on the tip of his tongue one after another. This explosion was extremely gentle, as if it was massaging his tongue. In a split second, a sweet fragrance overflowed. The wonderful taste occupied all of his senses at this moment. It made him feel satisfied. This was the famous Jade Dragon Gate. It was 10 years of sharpening the sword, and the frost and splendor were everywhere. After that momentary feeling disappeared, Jiang Wang actually had an impulse to draw his sword and dance. What a dragon gate! Jiang Wang enjoyed the taste of his food and quickly moved his chopsticks. He was not restrained by the presence of so many people. Eat happily and eat freely. Although he wasn't as elegant and calm as Zhuo Guangxu, he had his own casual and unrestrained style. He quickly finished his pastry and glanced at Zhuo Guangxu with a kind look. Zhuo Guangxu was accustomed to eating with his left hand. At this moment, he was holding a jade spoon and slowly eating the Dragon Gate cake. Without batting an eyelid, he raised his right hand and placed his arm across the table. In an instant, a high wall was built between him and his good big brother. Jiang Wang felt sorry for the lack of trust between people. Out of respect for the delicious food, Jiang Wang didn't say anything. He silently waited for the other four to finish eating and waited for the waiter to come over and take away the 5 sets of food utensils. Then he walked downstairs. A new dish was served. The new waiter upstairs held a bright golden tray. It was flowing with light, and there was a miniature palace on the tray. Jiang Wang thought that it might be another kind of pastry. When a waiter placed the large golden tray on the round table, everyone immediately saw the exquisiteness of the dish. This palace was complicated and exquisite. The pavilions, terraces, and towers were all real. The divine generals and fairies. All of them were lively. There was also immortal energy curling around the palace. Jiang Wang subconsciously thought of the cloud immortal palace above the 5 prefectures sea, but he secretly shook his head. How could that ruin be worthy? The main maid introduced, the third dish of this banquet is called Divine Court. Legend has it that the true dragon lives in the Divine Court and rules over all directions. Jiang Wang looked carefully and saw that these divine generals and fairies had dragon horns on their foreheads. He thought to himself that he had to ask the Sunhai old dragon later to see if the dragon race really had such extravagance before they retreated from the sea. Then, he heard the maid say with a smile, "Everyone, please smell this fragrance." Jiang Wang took a light sniff and instantly felt a sense of tranquility in his soul. The main maid said, "This is a calming incense. It's used before dividing the divine court." As she spoke, she took a table knife and pointed at the center of the divine court. She gently moved her wrist and divided it into 5 slashes. This portion of the divine court was divided into 5 equal portions. Then, she placed one of them on the porcelain plate in front of Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang was about to eat. The main maid pointed the table knife at him. The celestial court in front of Jiang Wang began to burn. The golden flames danced on the porcelain plate, but they didn't bring much heat. However, the entire divine court was melting. The pavilions, the immortal generals, and the immortal generals and immortal generals disappeared one after another. Jiang Wang felt that his heart seemed to have melted as well. Then, he looked at the divine court in front of the others, which was also burning with golden flames. Only then could he be sure that the maid who served him was not going to destroy his delicacies. As the golden flames jumped, this divine court became smaller and smaller. Finally, it melted into golden sauce and covered the porcelain plate. In the middle of the golden sauce, there was a bright red round fruit. The divine court was split by sharp blades and burned by raging flames. And in the raging flames, a red fruit was born. The maid who served the dishes handed over a jade spoon and said softly, "Young master, please eat." Jiang Wang scooped up the red round fruit with a jade spoon and couldn't help but ask, "What fruit is this?" The maid smiled and said, "I'll explain after young master finishes eating." Jiang Wang didn't say anything else and put the round fruit into his mouth. With a single bite, his heart stilled. What taste? At this moment, Jiang Wang couldn't taste it. He only felt that his spirit was boiling and his brain was slightly tipsy. Colorful lights flashed in front of his eyes. He couldn't help but laugh. He couldn't stop himself from being happy. He wanted to sing a song, but he felt that it was too impulsive. But if he wasn't impulsive, how could he relieve this happiness? The wonderful feeling swam in his mind for a long time before slowly dissipating. Jiang Wang, who gradually became clear-headed, finally understood why he had to smell the calming fragrance of the food before dividing the divine court. Otherwise, his spirit would probably jump out of his body. At this moment, the maid in charge of serving the dishes explained softly, "This fruit is made from jade dragon bone powder. The entire divine court was used as nourishment, and only these 5 fruits were grown." None of the diners at the table spoke. Everyone was immersed in that wonderful feeling. Although their hearts were clear, there was an almost limitless aftertaste in their hearts. Jiang Wang had never thought that eating could give him such a feeling, but it really happened just like that. The waiter who served the dishes took away the 5 porcelain plates covered in sauce, jade bowls, and ivory chopsticks, leaving only the extremely exquisite luminous cup with phoenix patterns. The maids who served the dishes opened the secret compartments in the pillars on the 4 sides of the corridor. One brewed a pot of tea, and the other lit a burner of incense. They placed each on the east and west windowsills. Not long after, a waiter carrying a small stove in his left hand and a dragon swallowing wine pot in his right hand came up. When he came closer, he first bowed. Then he placed the small stove in the middle of the round table and placed the dragon swallowing wine pot on the rack. With a light tap, the small stove was lit. Not long after, the wine in the pot made a sound. Gurgle, gurgle. It was very gentle, making the listener's heart very calm. Then, the fragrance of the wine slowly seeped out. The wind blew wisps of tea and incense from the pot, and the wine fragrance became even more penetrating. Everyone didn't speak. They were still silently enjoying the aftertaste of the divine court fruit. Perhaps it was 15 minutes, or perhaps half an hour. The maid in charge of serving the dishes picked up the dragon-swallowing wine pot on the stove and poured a cup of wine for Jiang Wang. The other maids who served the dishes did the same. "Young master, please have this cup. This is the end of today's banquet," she greeted. Jiang Wang raised his cup and drained it in one gulp amidst the leisurely joy. This wine didn't seem to have any taste. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, all kinds of feelings from the banquet came one after another. Satisfaction, intoxication, joy. Jiang Wang felt like he was a dragonfish, swimming against the current and competing with the heavens. After going through so much, he finally found the dragon gate. With a leap, he became a true dragon. Then, he entered the divine court and enjoyed all the glory and glory. He was admired by all. In the end, he suddenly woke up. It was a dream. In an instant, the smoke disappeared and his eyes were clear. He actually felt a little disappointed. The maid explained at the right time. This cup of wine is called Awakening Dream. It's brewed from jade dragon marrow. There are only 2 pots this spring. This is one of them. It's indeed Awakening Dream. Jiang Wang sighed. The Jade Dragon, Dragon Gate, Divine Court, and Awakening Dream were all wonderful and varied. Jiang Wang wasn't someone who hadn't enjoyed before. With his current status, his basic necessities in Linzi weren't bad. After eating in Changle Palace, young Master Yin had treated him to a banquet. He had gone to the 4 famous restaurants and tasted all the best delicacies. But today, at the Golden Millet Terrace, only 3 dishes and a cup of wine were the best delicacies Jiang Wang had ever tasted in his life. It surpassed everything. It was really a dream of golden millet that lasted 1,000 years. There was only 1 cup of wine. After everyone drank, the maids took away the small stove and wine pot. The 5 maids also took away the empty cups, bowed slightly, and went downstairs. Only the 5 people who had eaten the banquet were left. They were still enjoying the breeze from all directions. Although they had woken up from the dream, the aftertaste was endless. "Brother Jiang, how was it?" Chu Shenhua asked the main guest. "It's really delicious." Jiang Wang was full of praise. Besides meeting Guang Shu, this is the happiest thing that has happened to me in Chu. He wasn't lying. Today, because of this delicious banquet, he had a real feeling of happiness. He even had some inspiration about the hell of the five senses, the hell of tongues. Without tasting the world's delicacies, how could he create a truly convincing hell of tongues? Chu Shunhua smiled. To be able to hear Brother Zhang's words, this banquet wasn't set up in vain. This Rising Dragon banquet was really a Rising Dragon dream. After waking up from the dream, everyone was different. Jiang Wang was already famous, so he woke up earlier than the others. Yilan Air said, "So all the banquets I've eaten in the past were set up for nothing?" Chu Shunhua smiled. You have to ask yourself whether they were set up for nothing. How can you just eat and not do anything? Fine, I knew you didn't have good intentions. Why do I have to pay my debt for eating with you? Yilan Air turned her beautiful eyes and looked at her. Tell me, Lady Chu, what do you want me to do? Chu Shunhua looked at her and smiled. I'll tell you later. Zhuo Guangshu was silent. Chu Yuji said with emotion, the taste of today's banquet seems to be better than before. I can't really describe it. I guess I'm basking in Brother Zhang's glory. Jiang Wang hurriedly said, I'm embarrassed to hear that. It's all Lady Chu's good intentions. It's just my name. Brother Zhang, I'm sincerely inviting you. You're the main guest. Chu Shunhua said, how can you say it's just your name? She turned to ask Zhuo Guangshu, don't you think so? You're right. Zhuo Guangshu replied. Okay. It's a slip of the tongue. I apologize to both of you. Jiang Wang took the initiative to apologize and said, this banquet isn't something an ordinary chef can make. He thought for a while and asked, may I ask who it is? The Confucian sages said that a gentleman should stay away from the kitchen. This saying has spread far and wide because of compassion. Chu Shunhua smiled and looked at Jiang Wang. Speaking of which, many people have eaten at the Golden Millet Terrace. There are also many people who are curious about the chef, but very few people think that it's some important person. Brother Jiang, how did you guess? Jiang Wang thought for a while and said seriously, food when hungry, clothing when cold. It's only natural. Food should be fine. Clothing should be beautiful. Desire should be. A compassionate heart is what humans should have. A love for beauty is what humans should have. A full stomach is what humans should have. A compassionate heart is the heart of a benevolent person. But what's the point of natural law? The sages said that a gentleman should stay away from the kitchen. It's just that times have changed. Saying it to one person isn't an eternal law. I think that there are also many gentlemen in the kitchen. Although he didn't have much time to spend on cooking, his love for cooking hadn't decreased, at least not now. So he was very serious about defending cooking. He said, there are also many gentlemen in the kitchen. What he thought was I, Jiang Qingyang, am also one. Hearing this, Yilan Er's impression of him finally recovered a little. She couldn't bear to see cooking cattle and slaughtering sheep, so she naturally felt compassion. But cooking cattle and slaughtering sheep was for the sake of filling one's stomach. It was even more natural. Both were actually reasonable. When Jiang Wang objected, he only put forward his own views rationally and calmly. He didn't belittle the words of the sages for the sake of attracting attention. For someone like him who became famous at a young age, this kind of restraint was quite rare. Brother Zhang's words are very good. If my ancestor heard it, he might be able to gain some understanding. Chu Shunhua said with a smile. When these words came out, everyone except Zhuo Guangshu was shocked. Chu Shunhua's grandfather, Duke of Yu, Chu Jinkui, the great Duke of Yu, was actually the head chef behind Yellow Millet Terrace. You? Yilaner looked at Chu Shunhua with feigned anger. You've been hiding it from me for a long time. Of course she knew that the head chef of Yellow Millet Terrace was definitely not an ordinary person. But she never thought that it would be Duke of Yu. After all, it was really hard to connect a Duke with the identity of the head chef of Yellow Millet Terrace. Chu Yuji said repeatedly, no wonder. If the path of cooking is compared to cultivation, today's banquet is the pinnacle. How could it be possible if it wasn't Duke of Yu? I just didn't expect that I would be so lucky. Chu Shunhua cupped his hands and begged for mercy. My ancestor doesn't want people to know, so as to avoid too many people crowding over to disturb. Therefore, I ask everyone to listen and not spread it. This is our Yellow Millet Terrace's secret. If Brother Jiang hadn't pointed it out, I really wouldn't have said it. I didn't expect Duke of you to be so refined, even though he's busy. Jiang Wang was filled with emotion, especially when he thought about how he was also very interested in cooking, but he was busy cultivating and didn't have time to think about it in detail. He sighed. It was really regretful. Otherwise, he might have been able to exchange pointers with Duke of you. Chu Shanhua said, he actually only personally cooks one banquet a month, and this banquet is usually not for guests. The rest of the time, the dozens of chefs of my yellow millet terrace cook according to the score he left behind. Every step can't be wrong, so that we can cook 3 banquets a day and get half of the charm. She smiled naturally and generously. I specially picked today to invite Brother Jiang because my ancestor is free today and personally cooks. It was obvious that a banquet personally cooked by Duke of you would cause many of the nobles in Great Chu to scramble like ducks. Its value was simply immeasurable, and the reason why Chu Shanhua treated him like this was naturally because of Zhuo Guangshu. Jiang Wang was very touched. Miss Chu is considerate. Sister Chu said that Grandpa Chu might be able to learn from Brother Jiang. I think it's very possible. Zhuo Guangshu said at this time, my grandfather and Brother Jiang have been chatting happily. Yesterday, they chatted for several hours. I don't know what they talked about. Perhaps Brother Jiang is liked by the old man. If Grandpa Chu is free, Sister might as well introduce him. How precious was the Duke's time. Chatting for several hours wasn't something that could be explained with pleasantries. This caused Chu Yuji's gaze to grow even more respectful. What surprised him even more was that someone of Zhuo Guangshu's personality would actually take the initiative to pave the way for someone else, wanting Duke of you to meet Jiang Wang. Only this Jiang Wang was a lord of Qi. If he was a citizen of Chu, his meteoric rise would begin here. How did Jiang Wang and Zhuo Guangshu develop such a relationship? It was said that they met in the great illusionary realm. Apart from practicing martial arts, the great illusionary realm was also a place to expand one's connections. Chu Yuji, who had originally politely declined the great illusionary realm and felt that it wasn't a matter of life and death, was now somewhat interested. All right, Chu Shanhua smiled in response to Zhuo Guangshu, then said to Jiang Wang, it seems that Brother Jiang is also a culinary gentleman. Jiang Wang smiled reservedly. There are many culinary gentlemen in the world. As far as I know, the Crown Prince of Qi is also a culinary gentleman. But after saying this, he suddenly had a thought. Should he re-evaluate the strength of the Crown Prince of the Qi, Zhang Wuhua? Since there was a top-notch figure like Duke of you among those who were obsessed with cooking, then would Jiang Wuhua, who is also obsessed with cooking, be more than that? Chu Shanhua smiled. If there's a chance, I'll definitely try Brother Jiang's cooking. Jiang Wang smiled confidently. You and Guangshu are family. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Governing a country is like cooking a small fish. Yilan slowly said, ruling the world with Tao, ghosts are not gods. Those who are not ghosts are not gods. Gods do not harm people. Those who are not gods do not harm people. Saints do not harm people. If 2 husbands do not harm each other, they will return to each other. Jiang Wang's gaze moved. What Yilan was reciting was the original sentence from the Tao Te Ching of Mount Daoyuo. Although the Taoist Academy in Maplewood City belonged to Mount Yujing, he had also read it when he was in the academy. He knew that this paragraph talked about governing by doing nothing, and the world was peaceful. But he did not reply. Chu Yuji spoke, so Missy admires Taoism? Although they were in the Chu territory, this was not a heart-wrenching argument. The cultivation sects in the world all originated from Taoism. There were countless people who admired Taoism. There was no need to involve political standpoints. Who doesn't want to take a look at the place where Taoism began? Yilan changed the topic. I just want to say that as long as one has the Tao in one's heart, everything is cultivation. Governing a country is, cooking is also. She laughed softly. Where is there no gentleman's way? But there are few gentlemen. Yilan's words seemed to have a hidden meaning. Jiang Wang smiled. In your eyes, how many gentlemen are there in the young people of Chu? The word gentleman in the Confucian school referred to people who had reached a certain level of moral cultivation and spiritual state. But when they talked about it today, it was naturally referring to people who had transcended the mortal world. Chu Shanhua and Chu Yuji might have thought that Jiang Wang was intentionally trying to find something to talk about with the number one beauty of Chu. Only Zhuo Guangxu glanced at Jiang Wang, knowing that he had entered a battle state and was beginning to examine his opponents. The gentlemen of Chu's young people, aren't they all competitors in the Mountain Sea realm? Yilan, her smile was very charming. She was also very good at smiling. Hearing this, she only smiled. It's hard to say. She turned to look at Chu Yuji. What do you think, Mr. Chu? As the number one beauty of Chu, it was not good for her to comment on young heroes, or else she would inevitably be jealous. Chu Yuji did not have any scruples. Hearing this, he pondered slightly, then said, the Xiang family's Zhong Tongzi is brave and unyielding. Can he be considered a gentleman? These words praised Xiang Bei on the surface, but secretly praised Jiang Wang, who didn't know about the fight at the Yellow Millet stage just now. Yilan nodded, yes. Chu Yuji continued, the Wu family's Wu Ling is a combination of militarists and Confucians, forming a family of his own. Can he be considered a gentleman? Yilan smiled, yes. Chu Yuji continued, Xian Valley Zhonglian was defeated by Dou Zhao in his early years. He was so angry that he abandoned his techniques and cultivated martial arts on his own. Now that he has reached the 20th level, can he be considered a gentleman? This was the first time Jiang Wang had heard of Zhong Lian's name. When one reached the 21st level of the martial arts spine, they were comparable to Shenzhou. Chu's techniques were the best in the world, and Zhong Lian abandoned his techniques to cultivate martial arts. Especially since he could reach the 20th level so quickly, his cultivation was close to Dou Zhao's. Of course, he was Tianjiao. Yilan smiled. Zhong Lian is naturally a gentleman. Chu Yuji paused, then suddenly spread out his hands and smiled. Can Dou Zhao be considered a gentleman? Previously, when he mentioned each person, he would briefly introduce them. Only when he mentioned Dou Zhao, he only mentioned a name. However, everyone present clapped their hands and sighed. He's really a gentleman. Dou Zhao, Zhong Lian, Wu Ling. It seemed that these three were the biggest competitors in the Mountain Sea realm. As for the others, this might be a little disrespectful, but it was the truth. Xiang Bei was the number one in the inner house of Chu. Naturally, he did not need to pay too much attention to those below him. This included Chu Yuji, who was speaking now. As for Chu Shanhua, she was now Lord Zhang's sister-in-law and was not on the list of opponents. It was just that he didn't know who these people had invited to help them. Would it be someone familiar? Chapter 14:16. The pot of tea on the windowsill had already been brewed, and the temperature was just right at this time. Chu Yuji went to get it, and casually turned over 5 teacups, all half full. With a turn of his hand, the 5 teacups floated to the right place. Today's banquet. Zhuo Guangxu said very little. As the host, Chu Shanhua was very enthusiastic in entertaining them, and Jiang Wang, as the guest of honor, was also very cooperative. Chu Yuji was quite sincere. He did not hide his affection for Yilan, and he was generous with his praise for Jiang Wang. However, his expression was very measured. He did not make threatening gestures, nor was he too flattering. He always maintained a distance that would not make people feel offended. As for Yilan, Jiang Wang did not understand, and he was not curious. Perhaps when he also reached the God realm, he would be curious about Yilan, curious about her strength in the God realm. While they were chatting, Chu Shanhua suddenly asked, I heard from Guangxu that Brother Jiang asked if the banquet here could be packed. Jiang Wang was very embarrassed. He mentioned it to Zhuo Guangxu first, but he was just used to storing delicious food for an inn. Now that he knew that today's banquet was prepared by Du Kuai, how could he have the nerve to say packed? What made him even more angry was that he came to the Yellow Millet Terrace at the same time as Zhuo Guangxu, and he had never left his sight. When did this guy tell Chu Shanhua? Why'd he tell him everything? I asked Guangxu before because I was a little ignorant. I don't know what kind of place the Yellow Millet Terrace is. Jiang Wang was a little embarrassed, but he said sincerely, I want to bring some for my friends to try. No problem, leave it to me. Chu Shunhua said with a smile. Brother Jiang, when you leave Chu, I will prepare it for you. Jiang Wang wanted to refuse. If it were him, he would definitely not be willing to accept a favor for no reason. But when he thought of the beauty of today's banquet, how could he not let him taste the beauty of this world? When the words came to his mouth, they became, then it would be impolite for me to refuse. It's my blessing that Brother Jiang doesn't treat me as an outsider. Chu Xinhua's eyes were smiling, and he asked again, anyway, we have to have a banquet. Brother Jiang, how many people do you want? How many people could there be? Jiang Wang was overjoyed and immediately said, 2 people, 2 people. Then he thought that High Heaven Pavilion was after all the territory of a certain master surnamed Yi, so he had to give him some face. Otherwise, the next time they met, he would be angry again. Thinking of this, he said, let's do it for 3. Following which he thought about that sect protecting divine B. Senior Acho. He didn't know what his temper was like, but he should give him some face. As the saying goes, don't worry about scarcity, but worry about uneven distribution. If they invited the pavilion master, but not the sect guardian divine beast, would he be angry? What if he caused trouble for an? Thus, he said, enough for 4 people. Yes, for people. If people who were not familiar with him saw him counting one by one, they would inevitably think that he was insatiable and insatiable. Chu Shunhua, on the other hand, felt that this big brother Jiang was really a straightforward and adorable person. He chuckled softly and said, then let's make it for 5 people. I guess big brother Jiang forgot to count himself in. What a good girl. He was a perfect match for Guangshu. Jiang Wang was extremely touched. He immediately stood up and said, what should I say? Good sister-in-law, I will use tea in place of wine to toast you. Big brother Jiang, don't call me that. We haven't reached that stage yet. Chu Shunhua refused verbally, his face flushed with embarrassment, but he stood up and raised his cup. He even reached out and pushed Zhuo Guangshu. Big brother Jiang has stood up. Can you still sit? Zhuo Guangshu's ears were red, but he still stood up with the teacup in his hand. This scene was extremely similar to a newlywed couple offering tea to their elders. Jiang Wang struck while the iron was hot. I will definitely call you sister-in-law. Apart from you, I won't recognize anyone else. Yilaner obviously knew Chu Xunhua's intentions and smiled. I heard that. Chu Yuji laughed even harder. I will bear witness to that. It's a banquet. See the guests and the host enjoy themselves. The actual meal didn't take much time. After the meal, they chatted for a few hours and drank a few pots of wine. Jiang Wang talked about his travels, while Chu Shunhua talked about the legends of Chu. Everyone laughed and chatted merrily before leaving the banquet. The carriage drove away from the Golden Millet Terrace, taking away the warm atmosphere. In the carriage, Jiang Wang held Zhuo Guangshu's hand tightly and said drunkenly, Guangshu, listen to my advice. This Shunhua's a good girl. Don't let her go. Zhuo Guangshu tried to pull his hand away in disgust, but failed. Isn't it just a meal? Why do you have to go to this extent? Let go of my hand first. How can you say that? Am I the kind of person who is greedy for a meal? Of course, the banquet at the Golden Millet Terrace is indeed not bad. Jiang Wang tightened his grip, but I saw Xunhua's quality. She is very good. Very good. Zhuo Guangshu stepped back to avoid the spittle. Of course I know she is very good. You know, and then Jiang Wang sighed worriedly. Guangshu, you still have to marry her as soon as possible. Zhuo Guangshu was silent for a moment before saying, how can I start a family when I haven't achieved anything? Jiang Wang glared at him with dissatisfaction. You two are the top nobles of Chu. Why do you still want to achieve anything? Zhuo Guangshu said in a muffled voice, that is the Zhuo family's achievement, not mine. Guangshu, Jiang Wang stopped threatening him and changed to a gentle tone. He said sincerely, I am doing this for your own good. Life was long and short at the same time. Such a good girl has countless suitors. Who knows how many people in the world are thinking about her? If you don't take advantage of her now, you will regret it later. I will take advantage of her. Zhuo Guangshu was unconvinced. Every time she comes to find me, I accompany her. When I have time, I often go find her. Every time I go somewhere, I never forget to give her a gift. Jiang Wang paused for a moment before saying, I'm talking about confidence. Do you understand confidence? He looked sideways and said in an old-fashioned manner, young people nowadays are all uncertain. The world changes quickly. It is common for people to break up after getting engaged. How can you say that you are unswerving? Only when you truly bow to heaven and earth and have the title of husband and wife can you be considered confident. Do you understand? Zhuo Guangshu thought for a moment before asking, do you understand? Jiang Ju was speechless for a moment. Unlucky child. He flung Zhuo Guangshu's hand away. If you don't listen to your big brother, you will suffer. You will regret it later. I did not listen. Zhuo Guangshu felt wronged. But I am only 16 years old. Do I have to get married at 16? Jiang Ju snorted. 16 is not too early. Ambition does not depend on age. Do you understand? Then how old are you, big brother Jiang? Zhuo Guangshu asked. The carriage drove down the long street. Sauvignon Blanc cried in its scabbard. After 3 breaths, Jiang Wang decided to completely forget about this topic. Speaking of which, he was no longer drunk. He said thoughtfully, just now, Chu Shenhua said he was going to see Zen master you. Do you know who she is? Zhuo Guangshu was happy that big brother Jiang did not mention the immediate marriage. He said casually, Yu Qiannu. Sister Chu invited her to help fight in the mountain and sea territory. Yu Qiannu? This name was strange. How strong is this person? Jiang Wang asked seriously. Do you know what she's good at and what she's not good at? Her strength should not be bad. She is at the peak of the outer building realm. Zhuo Guangshu paused and asked suspiciously, what do you want to do? Analyze the opponent. Jiang Wang said matter-of-factly, know yourself and know your enemy. You will win every battle. Zhuo Guangshu was stunned. What kind of person was this? Just now, he was urging Chu Shenhua and me to hurry up and get married. How did he become an opponent in the blink of an eye? What are you thinking? Jiang Wang waved his hand in front of Zhuo Guangshu. We are not married yet, right? Then we are still 2 families. In the mountain and sea territory, we will have a fair competition. Tell me, what is the background of Yu Qiannu? Zhuo Guangshu was stunned and said obediently, she is a brilliant disciple of the moon cleansing nunnery. The moon cleansing nunnery? It is a big sect in the northern territory. The Chu family made friends with them in the early years. Do you know them, big brother Jiang? Oh, I don't know them very well. This sect is mysterious and not deeply involved in the world. So relatively speaking, they're not so famous. But their foundation is there, so they're not weak. Zhuo Guangshu explained and then advised, big brother Jiang, don't test their skills. All right then, since you've said so. Zhuo Guangshu nodded happily and then was stunned. Oh, why is he so easy to talk to this time? Let's talk about the others. I fought with Xiangbei today. Those who should know must have already known. Jiang Wang asked, who will participate in the mountain and sea territory this time? You already know them, Zhuo Guangshu said. Jiang Wang thought for a moment. Dou Zhao, Zhong Lian, Wu Ling, Xiangbei, Yu, Chu Shenhua, and Chu Yuji? Zhuo Guangshu nodded. There are only 7 people in the mountain and sea territory. The opportunity to enter the mountain and sea territory is obtained by relying on the 9-chapter jade disc. This time, it will be the 7 of us. As Zhuo Guangshu spoke, he pulled out a snow-white phoenix patterned jade annulus from his bosom and handed it to Jiang Wang. Every person who has a 9-page jade annulus can bring another person with them into the mountain and sea realm. That person is what we call a helper. Jiang Wang took the jade disc and looked at it carefully in the carriage. This piece of jade disc was the size of a palm. It was smooth and flawless, with phoenix patterns engraved on the corners. There seemed to be a kind of power flowing through it, giving it a sense of spirituality. But if one looked at it carefully, one would not know where that force was. Isn't it called the 9-chapter jade disc? Why are there only 7 places? Jiang Wang asked casually. At first, there were 9 chapters, but later, 2 of them were lost. Zhuo Guangshu explained and raised his hand to open the skylight of the carriage. Shine the sunlight on it, and then take a look. Jiang Wang put the jade disc under the sunlight. When he took it back, words appeared on the jade disc. It was a poem, engraved in the flower-style Chu language. The title of the poem was Ode to Orange. The text read, Empress Jiashu, Orange Lei Shu, receiving orders and not moving, born in the south. Deep and hard to change, even more ambitious. Green leaves are glorious, all delightful. The words in the world were all born to describe the Tao. Cultivators who had seen the word Tao would not be slow to learn the words of the various countries. Jiang Wang, who had painstakingly memorized Shi Dao chiseling the sea, would not be unfamiliar with the Chu language that was used in the southern region. This poem was fresh and elegant, unique, and would be a wonderful work anywhere. However, Lord Jiang did not have the ability to appreciate poems. He only felt that, in any case, it was better than Su Xianqian's masterpiece. That was all. Which 2 chapters were lost? Jiang Wang asked curiously. Morning Ing and Sorrow Returning Wind. Morning Ing? The title of the poem aroused Jiang Wang's interest. Ing was the capital of Chu, the city of the king. What was there to mourn about? It's a memorial poem written by the sages after the capital of Ing was conquered in history. Zhuo Guangshu said, and could not help but recite, the bird flies away from its hometown, and the fox dies on the hill. Jiang Wang had not read the history of the capital of Chu being conquered, but this line of the poem he understood. The bird flew thousands of miles, but in the end, it had to return to its hometown. When a fox died, it always had to face the hill where it was born. Who could not miss their hometown? Jiang Wang was silent for a moment. Zhuo Guangshu secretly glanced at him and took the initiative to ask, Do you know how to enter the Mountain Sea realm? Jiang Wang calmed down in an instant and asked with a smile, How do we enter? I told you before that the great illusionary land borrows a lot from Chu, including the way to enter the great illusionary land. Zhuo Guangshu said, When the time comes, we will enter the Mountain Sea realm directly through the 9-chapter Jade Disc. Isn't it similar to entering the great illusionary land through the Moon Key? In that case, Jiang Wang asked, Is the Mountain Sea realm also a place where the spirit appears? That's not it. Zhuo Guangshu shook his head. The Mountain Sea realm is entered with the physical body and spirit. Jiang Wang smiled. In that case, it is similar to many secret realms. Zhuo Guangshu also smiled. Just based on the way to enter the great illusionary land, it was not reasonable to say that the great illusionary land was a reference to the Mountain Sea realm. No matter where you are, you can use the 9-chapter Jade Disc to enter the Mountain Sea realm when it opens? Jiang Wang asked. It should be so. So Guangshu said, In history, there were people who lived in seclusion in Yong and used the 9-chapter Jade Disc to participate in the Mountain Sea realm. So in theory, if I take this Jade Disc to Qi to find you, I can also participate in the Mountain Sea realm. Jiang Wang smiled. It's just that we might not be able to keep this 9-chapter Jade Disc. Zhuo Guangshu also smiled. That makes sense. Jiang Wang thought for a while, then said, In that case, the Mountain Sea realm is similar to the great illusionary land, spread throughout the modern world. It might be different. Zhuo Guangshu shook his head. But as for the specific differences, we will probably have to go in ourselves to find out. After all, people have only begun to talk about the great illusionary land in recent years. In the past, no one has compared it to the Mountain Sea realm. What is the death rate of the Mountain Sea realm? Jiang Wang asked again. Zhuo Guangshu shook his head. Almost no one dies. Jiang Wang asked curiously, How can there be no deaths when both the physical body and the spirit enter? There are rules in the Mountain Sea realm. Those who are killed will be eliminated. Zhuo Guangshu said, But although they won't really die, their spirit origin will be weakened by 30%. By who? Jiang Wang asked sensitively. By the rules of the Mountain Sea realm. In any case, every person who dies in the Mountain Sea realm will have their spirit origin damaged, and no more, no less, just 30%. For cultivators, losing 30% of their spirit origin was a very serious loss. It would directly affect their path to becoming a god. But compared to the risk of dying in battle, this result was undoubtedly much easier to accept, Jiang Wang calmly analyzed. If one really enters the mountain sea realm with both the physical body and the spirit, then there must be a way to completely kill the opponent and prevent the rules of the mountain sea realm from protecting the dead. Otherwise, you wouldn't say almost. Almost means that someone has really died in the mountain sea realm, right? Zhuo Guangshu was stunned. Brother Jiang, who do you want to kill? Ode to Orange, Morning Ing, and Sorrow Returning Wind are all chapters in Chu Yuan's 9 chapters. I borrowed them to make the key to the mountain sea realm. 2. I'm already very satisfied. In 4 days, everyone has rewarded more than 40 leagues. Many readers have come to supplement their subscriptions. I can say that Red Heart readers support the world of Red Heart Survey more than all the readers of other books. Look at the monthly list. It's only been 4 days, but the fans of the 99th place have already reached 14,000. 10,000 fans can't even enter the top 100 at the beginning of the month. Look at the book comment section. How many people are active? What else can I say? These 4,000 words were added to the original readers who supported this book. It doesn't count as monthly votes, nor does it count as debt repayment. My battle is over. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 14-17. It's just a possibility. Among the competitors you mentioned, I don't particularly want to kill anyone. Jiang Wang laughed. Do I look like someone who likes to kill? You look pretty gentle, but you said you don't like to cause trouble. Zhuo Guangshu thought. He looked at Big Brother Jiang and tried to persuade him. These people all have extraordinary backgrounds. Even Chu Yuji has to rely on the military. No matter who we kill, it'll be hard for us to be kind. Even Duke Huai's mansion can't handle it? Jiang Wang asked. Brother Jiang became more and more serious. Zhuo Guangshu panicked a little. He deliberately suppressed his childish voice. But their backgrounds aren't bad. What if no one finds out? What if no one knows we killed them? When the mountain sea border is over, they can't enter the mountain sea border to investigate, right? Jiang Wang asked. It was still spring. He didn't know why it was so hot. Maybe it was because the carriage was too stuffy. Zhuo Guangshu wiped his sweat. Brother Wang, everyone is participating in the mountain sea border for the secrets left behind by Lady Huang Weijin. Do you have to kill people to liven things up? Jiang Wang glanced at him. This is called exploring the rules. I have to know how far we can go. Then, when we really face a choice, we won't have to waste time. At that time, we won't just be wasting time. Do you understand? Zhuo Guangshu nodded as if he understood. Although he had always been very diligent and had suffered a lot in places like the mountain sea purgatory, he had never had a real life and death confrontation. Because in this generation of the Zhuo clan, he was the only one left. Whether it was his grandfather Duke Huai or his mother Princess Yuyun, they wouldn't allow him to risk his life. Zhuo Guangshu wouldn't let something like Zhuo Guanglie going to the desolate border alone happen again. He didn't need to compete for resources, so he didn't know what could happen between people for cultivation resources, and Jiang Wang knew deeply. Although the people participating in the mountain sea border this time didn't seem to lack anything. But what Huang Weijin left behind, who could pat their chest and say they didn't lack anything? Who could guarantee that they wouldn't fight until their heads bled? Not to mention the possibility of dying in battle. Even the possibility of losing 30% of his soul origin was something that Jiang Wang was determined to eliminate. Once he entered the mountain sea realm, he would truly view anyone other than Zhuo Guangshu as an opponent. Chu Shenhua might be an exception. Chu Shenhua's helper was not good enough. At this point, the carriage had already returned to Duke Huai's mansion. Jiang Wang handed the 9-chapter Jade Annulus back to Zhuo Guangshu. Put away first. The two of them got off the carriage and walked side by side. Don't feel too much pressure. Walking in the public house, Jiang Wang patted Zhuo Guangshu's shoulder. I'm here to help you win what you want. For this, we have to clear all obstacles. Killing is sometimes necessary, but my goal is not to kill. In principle, if someone doesn't want to kill you or me, I won't take the initiative to kill. You can rest assured about that. Zhuge Guangxu nodded obediently. Okay, continue to talk about the opponents. Jiang Wang walked and said, Who did they invite to help? Everyone knows me, but I don't know anything about it, right? With Jiang Wang's assurance, Zhuge Guangxu relaxed a lot and laughed. First, tell me the one you are most interested in. Oh, the helper invited by Xiang Bei is Tai Yin from the Tai family of the state of Xia, the one who was smashed in the head by Yung Gunzuin on the Riverview platform. Zhuge Guangxu nodded hard. Jiang Wang raised his eyebrows. Well, Zhuge Guangxu was right. This was indeed a candidate that he would be interested in. But also, it seemed that there was a possibility of killing. Would Tianjiao of the state of Xia let go of Tianjiao of the state of Xia? Or would Tianjiao of the state of Xia believe that Tianjiao of the state of Qi would let go of Tianjiao of the state of Xia? Tianjiao of two hostile countries, outside the territory of both countries, in places like the mountain and sea border that were not covered by the laws of the modern world, and where it was easy to destroy the evidence. This was almost an unsolvable problem. Of course, almost no one would die in the mountain and sea border. This was probably good news for Tai Yin. The bad news was that perhaps Tai Yin was thinking the same thing. After all, although Jiang Wang was very famous, he had just entered the outer tower. Tai Yin was born in a famous family and was also from Tianjiao. He had been in the outer tower for a long time. How could he feel that he was not as good as Tai Yin before the fight? Looking at Brother Zhang's strange expression, Zhuge Guangxu realized that something was wrong. Zhuge Guangxu also realized the problem in an instant. Because of the conflict between Qi and Xia, Jiang Wang's words that the purpose is not to kill people just now became unreliable again. If you really want to kill Tai Yin, you'd better let North Xiang go. After a long time, he finally said this. Others might think that the outcome of the fight between Jiang Wang and Tai Yin was still unknown. But in Zhuge Guangxu's mind, with Jiang Wang's current strength, Tai Yin had no chance. The only question was whether the rules of the mountain and sea border could save Tai Yin's life if there was a conflict. As for North Xiang, the gap between him and Jiang Wang was very obvious in front of the yellow millet platform. Oh, Jiang Wang knew that it was hard to change his aggressive image in this little brother's mind. So he gave up and asked, If you can completely destroy the evidence, don't you want to kill North Xiang? His life has nothing to do with me. Zhuge Guangxu shook his head and said seriously, I just don't want you to take risks. It's okay if you kill Tai Yin, but if you kill North Xiang and others find out, even my grandfather can't protect you. Speaking of which, is North Xiang purposely against you? Jiang Wang certainly sensed Zhuge Guangxu's relationship with him. So he just frowned and said, I remember you told me before that during the competition for the quota of the Yellow River meeting, he seemed to have a bad attitude toward you. He is indeed purposely against me. Because of what? Jiang Wang really didn't understand. Because from North Xiang's behavior, although he was a bit arrogant, he didn't seem like the kind of person who liked to pursue and attack. Nor was he completely brainless. He had already won against Zhuge Guangxu once during the competition for the quota of the Yellow River meeting. So why did he have to step on him again? What good would it do to offend Duke Huai's mansion like this? At this moment, the two had walked side by side into Zhuge Guangxu's courtyard and sat down in the pavilion. Zhuge Guangxu was silent for a while and finally said, Because of the battle of the valley. In that battle, the Chu army was led by immortal Xiang Longxiang. My brother, Zhuge Guanglia, was in charge of Red Viper and served Xiang Longxiang. My father died in the war between Qin and Chu. My brother was the world-famous Tianjiao and also the hope of reviving the Zhuge family's prestige. No matter who is going to be the commander, this shouldn't put my elder brother in danger, no matter how you look at it. Not to mention that the Xiang family and the Zhuge family had been friends for many years. But Xiang Longxiang just happened to send my brother to the most dangerous place. Zhuge Guangxu slightly lowered his eyes. Xiang Longxiang couldn't absolve himself of the blame for the disastrous defeat in the valley. Because he died on the battlefield, the emperor didn't pursue the matter with the Xiang family. But some things will still happen even if the emperor doesn't pursue them. I don't need to tell you what the death of immortal Xiang means to the Xiang family. The Xiang family can't sit in the position they used to sit in now. They can't take the things they used to take now. They can't take the advantages they used to take now. There are too many forces that will pull them down. Many people in the Xiong family think that my grandfather is suppressing them, so they have a grudge against the Zhuo family. Did Duke Huai do that? Jiang Wang asked. Of course not. The men of the Zhuo family are prepared to die on the battlefield. Xiang Longxiang used his soldiers and appointed his generals. No matter who died, he didn't need to be responsible for anyone. What the Xiang family is bearing now is only the responsibility of Xiang Longxiang's defeat. My grandfather has already said that he doesn't blame anyone for my brother's death. The battlefield is like this. Every soldier has parents and family. No one can die, and no one deserves to die. Zhuo Guangshu paused here. My grandfather didn't suppress the Xiang family, but he didn't speak for it either. No matter how Duke Huai understood the cruelty of war, it was impossible for him to have no complaints about the death of his eldest grandson, especially with the elite level of the Red Pheasant and Zhuo Guanglie's peerless appearance. Even if they were defeated in the valley, they should have been able to keep their lives. But Xiang Longxiang put him in a dead end. It was really difficult for the Zhuo family to help the Xiong family in this situation. Not suppressing the Xiong family was Duke Huai's magnanimity. Not helping the Xiong family was a grandfather's sorrow. But there are some things that only you know whether you've done or not, Jiang Wang said with deep feelings. If others think you've done it, it's useless no matter how you explain it. Once a person has made up his mind, no one can persuade him. Anyone who has been wronged should know that kind of unspeakable bitterness. Obviously, you didn't do anything, but others said it with certainty. Repeat the lie several times, and the passers-by would regard it as the truth after listening to it for a while. This is the so-called accumulated knowledge will destroy the bones, and public opinion can melt gold. If Jiang Wang didn't believe Zhuo Guangshu and had contacted Duke Huai himself, he would also think that the Zhuo family was suppressing the Xiong family because of Zhuo Guanglie's death, because it was too reasonable. Using troops to take risks led to the death of a peerless Tianjiao warrior like Zhuo Guanglie. How could the Zhuo family not hate the Xiong family to the bone? Duke Huai was very powerful. Since he had the power to take revenge, how could he not take advantage of the situation? People could take everything for granted and come to the so-called reasonable conclusion, but they wouldn't consider the tolerance of Duke Huai himself, because most people wouldn't have such tolerance. People wouldn't believe what they couldn't do and wouldn't believe what they didn't have. Over time, even the members of the Xiong family started to believe it. Otherwise, their true monarch would have died on the battlefield and been loyal to the country. Even if he was guilty, he would have been redeemed. Why were there so many hands in the court trying to drag them into the mire? Wasn't someone manipulating them behind the scenes? Of course, Duke Huai himself probably didn't care about these voices. But the members of the Xiong family could not care, and North Xiong could not care. This was the contradiction between him and Zhuo Guangshu. Zhuo Guangshu said, in fact, although North Xiong is arrogant, he wasn't so arrogant before. But now he's using such an appearance to maintain the illusion of the Xiong family strength. After all, when Xiang Longxiang died in the battle, he deliberately left the halberd to him so that he could be the heir of the Xiong family. If he couldn't show that he could suppress his peers, people wouldn't be afraid of the future of the Xiong family when their true monarch died. I don't think he really thinks it's my grandfather who suppressed the Xiong family. It's just that he's not from the main branch and only became the heir by relying on Xiang Longxiang's remaining power. He has to consider the will of the Xiong family. Jiang Wang's eyes showed astonishment. Zhuo Guangshu was shy. His shyness and immaturity often made him unconsciously regard Zhuo Guangshu as a child. But in fact, this lad was already 16 years old. He grew up in the top noble family of the Chu state and received the best education since childhood. After Zhuo Guanglie died in the battle, he was trained as the heir of the family. He could actually see things very clearly. Jiang Wang looked at him, expecting this little brother to say something else. Zhuo Guangshu said flatly, I don't hate him, but I won't forgive him. Now I'm not as good as him and deserve to be humiliated. When I surpass him, I'll step on him once when I pass by, relying on my own strength. However, I really don't want to kill him. His life and death have nothing to do with me. His future depends on his own fortune. The relationship between the Zhuo family and the Xiang family was cut off in the valley. I don't have any relationship with North Xiang. Of course. Jiang Wang nodded in satisfaction and said, let's talk about the others. Tai Yin and North Xiang have nothing to worry about in this trip to the Mountain Sea realm. Zhuo Guangshu continued. The helper Chu Yuji asked for is Qianjiao Xiao Shu of the Dan State. Jiang Wang had an impression of Xiao Shu. His performance was quite impressive. After all, he defeated Tanji. But Tanji strategically gave up in that battle, so he couldn't see much. Later, in the Inner Mansion Arena's round of 16, he suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Qin Jizhen. Such a helper couldn't be considered weak. After all, Tianjiao, which could participate in the Yellow River meet, was already the top Tianjiao of each country. But in front of Jiang Wang, the Yellow River meet's champion, Xiao Shu, who couldn't even enter the top 8, wasn't a threat. Jiang Wang didn't say anything. He only signaled with his eyes. Next. The helper Wu Ling invited is Guchuan, the prodigy of the outer building rel from Yu country. Zhuo Guangshu introduced. Tianjiao's Guffin was also in the top 8 of the Yellow River meet. He was defeated by Wei's Yin Xiaofei. Jiang Wang only vaguely remembered this name. His impression of this person wasn't as deep as used by Yu Xia. The other matches in the Outer Mansion round were too exciting. Not many people paid attention to the match where Guffin lost to Wei's Yin Xiaofei. Those who could enter the top 8 of the Yellow River meet were already worthy of attention, let alone the top 8 of the Outer Mansion round. But Jiang Wang only asked, what else? Zhuo Guangshu continued. The helper Zhong Lian invited is Li's fan Wu Shu. This was a person with a lot of stories. 15 years of decadence, 10 years of cultivation, and soaring to the heavens. At the Yellow River meet, he also entered the top 8 of the Outer Mansion round. In the end, he was defeated by Zhongshan's Wei Sunday. Although Jiang Wang didn't pay attention to that match, he still had some impressions of this fan, Wu Shu, from rumors. Speaking of which, this person's experience was quite similar to Zhong Lian's. No wonder they were like-minded and mixed together. But for Jiang Wang, if he were to look at the Outer Mansion round of the Yellow River meet with his current strength, other than Tianjiao of the 6 Great Overlords, only Yin Xiaofei, who had mastered Su Jinhuan, needed to be paid attention to. Speaking of which, they were all Tianjiao's young talents in the world. But now, Lord Jiang, who had come step by step, did indeed have the qualifications to look down on his peers. Because he was number 1. He was the brightest star of the Yellow River meet. After listening to Zhuo Guangshu's introduction of these people, Lord Jiang laughed loudly and confidently. I see that the heroes of the world are just so. Guangshu, I've already said it in the letter. Now, I'll say it again in front of you. This time, in the Mountain Sea realm, I'll definitely let you win first place. Zhuo Guangshu said. There's still Do Zhao I haven't mentioned. Who did Do Zhao invite? Jiang Wang stopped laughing and asked. He didn't invite anyone. Zhuo Guangshu looked at his expression and said, what are you talking about? They're all useless chickens and pottery dogs. He wants nothing more than to tie up one of his hands. Why would he need help? Guangshu, when the time comes, let's go together, Lord Jiang said aggressively. Chapter 14:18. Ever since the banquet at the Yellow Millet platform, Jiang Wang and Zhuo Guangshu never left the Duke's mansion. Every day, they cultivated, sparred, and recuperated. They only wanted to enter the Mountain Sea realm in the most perfect state. What made Jiang Wang happy was that Duke Huai would occasionally take the time to teach him. From a murderer of the Qi to Senior Wan Yin, from Yi Xingqian to Duke Huai of the Chu, Jiang Wang, who was supported by hundreds of families in cultivation, was very good at taking advantage of such opportunities. Earlier, in order to make up for his foundation, he had often consulted friends like Cheng Gongsheng, Li Longchuan, and Zhuo Guangshu. There was no problem of not being able to open his mouth. However, as his strength increased, these friends gradually could not bring him much help. It was more through constant battles and self-examination, looking for his own problems to improve. To Jiang Wang, These days of being guided by experts were like a hungry person eating all day long. How happy was that? In such a beautiful time, they finally welcomed the 16th of February, the day the Mountain Sea realm opened. The two of them sat opposite each other in Zhuo Guangshu's study. Duke Wise Mansion was one of the safest places in Shu, so they didn't have to worry about what would happen after the Mountain Sea realm ended. Zhuo Guangshu held a 9-page jade wall engraved with the Ode to Orange in his hand, quietly waiting for the moment when the time came. "Who did you ask to help you?" Jiang Wang suddenly asked. Zhuo Guangshu raised his head. "Why do you ask this?" "I remembered, so I asked casually. It's a Qian Jiao from the Magoo Academy. He gave enough compensation, so Brother Jiang doesn't have to worry." "I'm not worried. How much did he give?" Zhuo Guangshu. As he spoke, the 9-page jade wall in Zhuo Guangshu's hand suddenly shone brightly. Under Zhuo Guangshu's intentional manipulation, this light also enveloped Jiang Wang. The light circled around and surrounded the two of them. It then extended on its own, forming a cylindrical light pillar. Jiang Wang and Zhuo Guangshu became the people in the cover. What was originally a blazing white light suddenly turned into a myriad of colors. Countless fragments of scenery flowed around his body, but it was impossible to see what they depicted. It looked grotesque and variegated. Then, in a flash, he disappeared into thin air from the study. Her husband, who was also in the public house, was sitting in his study room. He raised his head and looked out of the window, deep in thought. In the grotesque light beam, Zhuo Guangshu asked loudly, "Do you know what a mountain sea is?" "What?" Jiang Wang only had time to say 2 words before the scenery in front of him suddenly changed, and his ears were filled with the sound of the tide. Crash! A boundless sea. It was a boundless sky blue. Jiang Wang had seen the sea. His soul had been annihilated on the Tianya stage, and his name had been passed down to this day on the islands near the sea. However, the sea in front of him was boundlessly vast and boundless. It made the coastal waters seem cramped. The seawater was clear, and one could see swimming fishes and corals. It was a rich underwater world. The sea was blue, like a boundless mirror, and the heavens, looking up, the sky was hazy for thousands of miles, as if it was a painting. Floating mountains extended into the haze, faintly visible at the end of one's line of sight. "This is a mountain sea." Zhuo Guangshu's entire body was shrouded in light blue smoke. He floated in the air, and the shock in his voice could not be concealed. Jiang Wang, who was beside him, also activated the undefended smoke armor. The fiery red smoke armor covered his body and instantly offset the terrifying power of Chongxian in the mountain sea realm. Indeed, mountains and seas were everywhere. Zhuo Guangshu asked, "You were famous overseas. How was the sea there compared to here?" "The coastal waters are not as vast as here. As for the vast sea, I haven't seen it since the bewildering world. However, the environment there should be very harsh and not as beautiful as here," Jiang Wang replied while looking around. Zhuo Guangshu slowly floated down and stepped on the surface of the sea. With the help of the water, he quickly grasped the surrounding environment. Jiang Wang sensed the elemental energy here and adjusted the state of his muscles, trying to adapt to the rules of the mountain sea realm as quickly as possible. He said, "You said you would only know what you needed after entering the mountain sea realm. Do you know now? Legend has it that Huang Weijin left his everything here. His secret of God's descent, his chapter of the 9 Phoenix, his wealth, his absolute art. That's why so many people are chasing after him." Zhuo Guangshu closed his eyes and said slowly, "I still don't know what will appear this time. But of course, I want the chapter of the 9 Phoenix the most." Everyone had their own truth. It could not be described in words, could not be recorded in words, and could not be shared with others. Therefore, even if the path of truth could be left behind, it would not be of much use to those who came after him. There was no need to talk about those above truth. As the beginning of the upper 3 realms, the God's Descent realm was a breakthrough in the nature of life. Huang Weijin's secret of God's descent was the most precious cultivation experience he could leave behind. Hearing Zhuo Guangshu's words, Jiang Wang thought he would be looking forward to Huang Weizhen's secret of God's descent. He did not expect it to be the chapter of the 9 Phoenix. He could not help but say, "I heard you mention the chapter of the 9 Phoenix long ago. I still don't know what it is." This is a cultivation method, a keepsake, and a divine ability. In other words, it is the key to opening the 9 Phoenix divine ability. I am not clear about the specifics. I only know that the previous cultivator of this technique must die before it can reappear in a certain place. Zhuo Guangshu explained, so this divine ability is unique. Technique, token divine ability? Jiang Wang had never heard of it before. At this time, he suddenly felt a sense of crisis. In a split second, he activated his immortal sound perception. Zhuo Guangshu, who had been relying on the river god's divine ability to investigate the environment, grasped the information faster than him. He stretched out his hand and pulled him. The two of them directly sank into the water. In the sea, an oval water shield was naturally formed, covering them. Benefiting from Zhuo Guangshu's deep understanding of the water element, this water shield was almost one with the sea. Its defensive power was close to zero. Its biggest function was to help them blend into the sea. The unblockable smoke armor on the two of them also dissipated in the first moment. Zhuo Guangshu had said that he did not lack primeval stones, and that he would maintain the unblockable smoke armor to maintain his best state at all times. Obviously, he had forgotten to consider a situation like this where they needed to hide their tracks. The unblockable smoke armor was useful, but it was unavoidably a bit too ostentatious. In the next moment, Jiang Wang heard a voice in his ears, "Dynasty." Under the immortal sound perception, tens of thousands of voices came, like a subject facing the emperor. But this voice was simply like a rebellion, shaking Jiang Wang's immortal sound perception to the point that it almost dissipated. He also took the initiative to restrain himself. It was a kind of cry that was extremely similar to a mandarin duck's cry. And with the terrifying might contained within, one could almost imagine the strength of the one crying out. It was definitely not something he could deal with right now. He had just entered the mountain sea realm and was already able to encounter such a terrifying existence. Was his luck too good, or was it that such strange beasts could be seen everywhere in the mountain sea realm, setting up a secret realm that no one above the god realm could enter, and then having such a terrifying strange beast in it? Was Huang Weizhen really not trying to murder him? That terrifying pressure quickly approached. Jiang Wang looked up through the water shield that merged into the sea. He saw a strange-looking big fellow that was about 200 feet long, with the body of a fish and the wings of a bird, gliding past at a low altitude. Was this a big fish with wings? Or was it a bird with the body of a big fish? Jiang Wang could not tell, but from this terrifying pressure, he could sense that this was at least a strange beast that had the strength of a god realm. He had just entered the mountain sea realm and was already encountering a god realm expert. This made Lord Zhang's arrogant words of sweeping through the mountain sea realm seem extremely absurd. At this moment, he could only hide in the water shield that Zhuo Guangshu had made and obediently observe this strange beast with him. He did not make any unnecessary movements. He saw this strange beast with the body of a fish and the wings of a bird flew past at a low altitude and suddenly opened its mouth. Its mouth was filled with sharp teeth that were like knives and spears intersecting. And the moment it opened its mouth, the entire nearby sea area began to shake. Rumble. It swallowed everything. It was as if the entire sea area had turned over. Immeasurable amounts of seawater, fish, shrimp, crabs, and everything in the sea all rushed into its huge mouth. The sky was low, the clouds were heavy, and the strange beast was swallowing the sea. One could even feel that it was going to drink the sea in one gulp. This terrifying force covered the entire sea area, and a huge funnel appeared. It was actually a surging torrent. The water shield that Zhuo Guangshu and Jiang Wang were hiding in was, of course, also wrapped in. In the range of the terrifying suction force, they felt like they would be pulled away at any time. What would happen if they entered the stomach of this strange beast? They probably would not have the chance to come out. Jiang Wang glanced at Zhuo Guangshu. His hand was already on his sword, and he used his eyes to ask Zhuo Guangshu if he could withstand it. If he really could not, his first battle in the Mountain Sea realm would be on this strange beast. Although it was definitely impossible to win, Jiang Wang still had some confidence that he could escape after harassing it. At that time, he would use the memory secret technique to meet up with Zhuo Guangshu. Zhuo Guangshu shook his head. He focused all his attention on feeling the water and grasping the power of the water. He used the river god's ability to control the water shield around him with difficulty, so that it would not be swallowed along with a huge amount of seawater, but also so that it would not cause too much resistance and attract the strange beast's attention. This kind of precise control was what consumed the most energy. In fact, not much time had passed, but because of the strange beast's terrifying power, it seemed exceptionally long. Even Jiang Wang could see the fine beads of sweat on Zhuo Guangshu's forehead. Fortunately, this time, the suction force was finally over. The strange beast with the fish body and bird wings closed its mouth, and the huge blue funnel formed by the seawater disappeared. Then its fish lips parted. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Seawater shot out from between its teeth, making a terrifying screech. It was like a javelin. The seawater javelins that filled the sky fell into the sea, causing ripples to appear everywhere. The ocean mirror was riddled with holes. A fish happened to swim above the water shield that hid the two of them, but it was directly pierced by a seawater javelin that fell down. The blood mist spread, blocking their vision. In the entire sea, countless lives that had escaped the net suffered a devastating blow at this moment. They were lucky enough to avoid the suction force of the strange beast, but they were killed by the water that it spat out casually. The blue sea was gradually dyed red. Jiang Wang carefully controlled the water element to disperse the blood mist around the water shield, so that he could have a wider vision. Although his control of water was far inferior to Zhuo Guangshu's, it was not a problem for him to do these small things. But at the same time, suddenly, a seawater javelin penetrated the water shield and pierced through Zhuo Guangshu's right forearm. Fresh blood spread out in the water shield. Jiang Wang's eyes were instantly filled with anger, but Zhuo Guangshu fixed him with his eyes. "Brother, don't move." He moved his lips and mouthed the words. In order to merge with the environment under the pressure of the strange beast and the turbulent sea, he had used all his strength. He had already exhausted all of his abilities, and he couldn't even spare the energy to send a voice transmission. When the seawater javelin attacked, Jiang Wang ignored it. But he, who controlled the Hebo supernatural power, certainly wouldn't miss the trajectory of this seawater javelin in the sea. It was not that he couldn't dodge, but once he dodged, the natural relationship between the water shield and the sea would be broken. The influence of his Hebo supernatural power would no longer be effective, which would inevitably lead to. The strange beast saw them at a glance. This strange beast with the body of a fish and the wings of a bird was not inferior to the cultivators of Shunlin. At this moment, it was just eating normally and didn't pay attention to the two small fish. If it was to the extent that Jiang Wang had to use his sword to lure it away, danger would be unavoidable. But he didn't want to. Jiang Wang fell silent. In a moment, another seawater javelin fell into the water shield. This time, Jiang Wang was 120% careful. He activated the sound immortal mode again, raised a finger, and lightly touched the seawater javelin. In order to not affect Zhuo Guangshu's efforts to merge with the sea environment, he used very little strength. His Tao energy almost condensed at the tip of his finger. The seawater javelin hit his finger, constantly attacking and dissolving. The strength was disintegrated, and the sound was annihilated. In the end, it almost disappeared silently. Only a drop of blood was left on the tip of his finger, which was injured because he couldn't control his strength perfectly. But it was also the last drop. In the following time, there would still be seawater javelins falling down, but Jiang Wang just gently raised his fingers, and his 10 fingers jumped on Zhuo Guangshu's head and shoulders as if playing a zither. Every time, he just caught the seawater javelin and annihilated it perfectly without making any noise. This strange beast with the body of a fish and the wings of a bird swallowed too much seawater. The seawater javelins, falling from the gaps of its sharp teeth, lasted for a full hour before stopping. Then, it chewed the remaining fish in its mouth, flapped its wings, and flew up, creating invisible ripples in the low air. The terrifying pressure pressed the sea surface until a pit appeared. It took a while for the sea surface to recover. This terrifying mutated beast had almost wiped out this entire region of the sea with a simple meal, but finally left. Jiang Wang breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He was really afraid that if it continued, Zhuo Guangshu wouldn't be able to hold on. One could imagine the exhaustion of trying to merge with the environment for a full hour under the pressure of a divine-level strange beast. Zhuo Guangshu grinned, somewhat proud of the young man. The Taoist technique I've developed is pretty good, right? Jiang Wang was not stingy with his praise while treating the wound on his right arm. It's really a marvelous technique. It's a natural skill. Unfortunately, he was the one who carried the flower, but Zhuo Guangshu didn't. I'd better do it myself. Zhuo Guangshu pushed Jiang Wang's hand away and demonstrated to Brother Jiang what a healing Taoist technique was. With only one hand, Zhuo Guangshu quickly and almost perfectly healed the wound. Chapter 1419. The contrast between the healing techniques was too tragic. It was no different from a public humiliation. Cough. Brother Jiang had to show his rich experience. He reminded with a serious face, "We have to leave quickly. The smell of blood might attract other strange beasts. Also, we don't know if there are any strange beasts at the bottom of the sea. The water here tells me that there are many powerful creatures at the bottom of the sea," so Guangshu said with certainty. "However, our biggest danger now should be the yellow shells and the tsunami." He treated the wound and roughly sensed the location. Then, he beckoned Jiang Wang to follow him. He held a primordial stone in his hand and quickly recovered his Tao energy while walking in the water. Yellow shells and the tsunami? Brother Jiang was obviously confused. Fortunately, Zhuo Guangshu was very patient. That strange beast just now was a luo fish. According to the records of strange beasts of mountains and seas, luo fish have the body of a fish and the wings of a bird. Since the luo fish appeared here, this should be the ocean water. North of the ocean is the Meng River, and the Meng River originates from Mount Shao. Look in the direction of the undercurrent of the Meng River. Look over there. He pointed at the distant sky. There was a floating mountain with two curved peaks facing each other. That floating mountain that looks like a bull's horn should be Mount Shao. Jiang Wang couldn't understand it all. Wasn't this the boundless sea? How could it be divided into the ocean water and the Meng River? And look in the direction of the undercurrent. What was that? Anyway, it sounded very reliable. Also, the name of the records of strange beasts of mountains and seas sounded familiar. However, he couldn't remember where he had heard it. "I couldn't tell. You're so young, but you're already so knowledgeable. You have a lot of experience," Jiang Wang praised. "I haven't been out of Chu much." Zhuo Guangshu paused and said, "I've only read a little more books." Jiang Wang felt that there was a deeper meaning behind his words. However, this child's expression was very innocent. Reading is good. Reading is good. Reading 10,000 books is like traveling 10,000 miles. Zhuo Guangshu continued. According to the strange beasts of mountains and seas, Huangbei is also a strange beast that is active in the ocean. At the same time, the sage Changshan's annotations mentioned that yellow shellfish live in groups and live together with the stingray fish, so they will definitely come first. Jiang Wang only noticed the words living in groups. He was just about to ask Huang Bei how strong she was when Huang Bei suddenly stopped him. Then, in the next moment, there was a rustling sound in his ears, forming a terrifying resonance. Almost at the same time, Zhuo Guangshu pulled Jiang Wang to the bottom of the sea. Under the effect of River Earl's power, the water didn't become his pressure or resistance. Instead, it became his vanguard and guard. It protected them and pushed them forward. At this moment, Zhuo Guangshu's explosive underwater speed left even Jiang Wang speechless. While they were falling rapidly, a dense swarm of beetles suddenly appeared at the end of their vision. This insect had a yellow round shell on its back. Its flesh was like a tadpole, but it had a head and a tail. Its body was only the size of a human's little finger, but it swam extremely fast in the water. Its mouth parts were also crisscrossed with inverted teeth, looking very ferocious. At a glance, there were at least hundreds of thousands of them. It was like an incomparably huge net that directly caught them from the other side of the sea. Wherever they passed, only the seawater could be left behind this insect net. The carcasses of the fish that were killed by the stingray fish earlier all disappeared without a trace. Not even their bones were left. Were these yellow shellfish? Swarms of yellow shellfish swept across the sea above, almost covering the sky. In an instant, the sky was completely dark. The so-called dark clouds covering the city and the so-called locusts crossing the border were all dwarfed by this scene. This kind of aquatic beetle, named yellow shellfish, was extremely fast. Its mouth parts were sharp. It chewed bones and minced meat without any delay. What was even more terrifying was that they weren't picky about food at all. It seemed that they would eat anything except seawater. Carcasses of fish, seaweed, turtles, shells, corals, and even the blood of the fish that were killed before. Nothing was left. It was even more ferocious than the plague of locusts. Wherever the plague of locusts passed, there was no green color. Wherever the yellow shellfish passed, only the seawater itself was left. Jiang Wang roughly understood why this sea was so clear. The sea area that could be covered by the yellow shellfish had been completely sifted. All the impurities outside the seawater had been swallowed up. It was difficult for this sea area to not be clean even if one wanted to. Even if it was just a single yellow shellfish, from the speed of its advance and the sharpness of its mouth parts, it was close to the level of a human intermansion stage cultivator. This was under the condition that they didn't know if they had any special abilities. And the most terrifying thing was their numbers. Hundreds of thousands of yellow shellfish swept across this sea area, covering everything in sight. To be honest, they were actually more difficult to deal with than the stingray fish. The dignified Qin Yangzi of the Qi and the young Duke of the Chu, as soon as they entered the mountain sea stage, they didn't even have the time to show off their power and prestige. There was really no other way. If someone looked down from the floating mountain in the clouds from afar, they would see this scene. Giant beasts with fish bodies and bird wings that were hundreds of feet tall flew over at low altitude, making sounds similar to mandarin ducks and swallowing a piece of the sea area. They casually spat out, and dense thin pillars of water shot out from between their teeth. Like javelins, they killed countless fish and dyed the sea red. Then hundreds of thousands of beetles swarmed over, sifting through the residue. The black swarm of beetles flew past, leaving behind only a clear blue sea. It was so peaceful and peaceful, as if nothing had happened. The mountain sea stage used its unique ecology to maintain its beauty. The stingray fish flew, the yellow shellfish passed, and the ocean seemed to return a peace. However, in the next moment, rumble, a thunderous sound rang out. A huge wave rose on the sea. In an instant, a fierce wind blew, and the raging waves rose into the sky. What kind of terrifying wave was that? It almost rushed high into the sky, like a mountain rising from the ground, standing high above the sea. That was the peak of water, but also the angry spear of the sea piercing the sky. The sky seemed to be trembling, and thousands of miles of fog seemed to be escaping. The distant, shadowy floating mountain was almost invisible, as if it had been scared to the point of hiding. The power of Chongxian, which was 100 times stronger than that of the modern world, was unable to restrain the violent waves at all. Seeing the great flood of qi actually brought about such an apocalyptic scene. A four-winged, one-eyed flying insect high up in the sky directly exploded. It was unable to withstand such a shockwave. In a certain floating mountain, a man who was walking suddenly stopped and frowned. This person wore a virtuous crown and a robe, and his appearance was strange. He looked at the back of his right index finger, and the strange pattern on it was already missing a large piece. At the same time, it was still disappearing. He couldn't help but say, "This mountain sea stage that Huang Weijin created is too dangerous. How many steps have we taken? I have 1,000 flying eyes, and only 13 are left. Oh no, 7. Okay, 3. The man walking in front also wore a virtuous crown, but his body was covered in armor. This Confucian crown and armor, who knew what kind of combination they were? Looking closely, his virtuous crown wasn't the common cloth crown, but an iron crown. This made it even weirder. How could there be an iron crown in the world? However, when he wore his armor, it somehow became much more harmonious. Even the man's overall temperament was like this. It was inexplicable, yet inexplicably harmonious. Just like his pair of eyes, one was obviously big and one was small, but it didn't give one an awkward feeling. It was like he could only be considered normal if he had different eyes. Naturally, his appearance wasn't very harmonious, but for some reason, he was pleasing to the eye. It was really inexplicable. Hearing that, his footsteps didn't stop, and he only smiled. "Ge Feng, do you have to think of such a way to report your losses to me? I said that I will compensate you, and you are afraid that I will lose money here?" Ge Feng's conflicted and serious expression turned into a smile, and his footsteps started to catch up. "Even so, I can't report blindly. I have to let you know. The one with Ge Feng and Tianjiao was naturally Wu Ling of the Chu Wu family. Chu and you were neighbors, and the relationship between the two countries couldn't be considered good. However, the two of them seemed to have similar interests. Wu Ling had specially invited him on this trip to the mountain sea territory. Walking on the mountain path, Wu Ling didn't joke with Ge Feng and only asked, "Did you see anything interesting?" A floating mountain seemed to have split open. I saw a strange beast that looked like a Kuei ox fighting with someone, but before I could see who the opponent was, my flying, I exploded. A tsunami erupted in an area of the sea, but I didn't see what caused it, and Ge Feng's tone was relaxed as he spoke, and then his expression suddenly changed. He turned and flew. Run. Wu Ling didn't understand, but he didn't try to be brave. Without hesitation, he turned around and fled with Ge Feng. They were all young Tianjiao in the southern region, and they were all in the outer building, so their speed was shocking. However, it seemed that someone still caught up to them. Behind them came a run sound. Who is reminding us to run? Wu Ling was puzzled. Are there other people here? The mountain sea territory is so big. We shouldn't have run into each other so quickly. Ge Feng opened his 5 fingers in the midst of flying and pressed behind him. Bang! A light sound was heard. 2 earthy yellow flesh worms about 3 feet long burrowed out of the earth and quickly swelled, transforming into the appearance of Ge Feng and Wu Ling, and flew in another direction with great noise. I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? He finally had time to talk to Wu Ling, but he didn't forget to keep him in suspense. If talking is tiring, then don't talk. Wu Ling flew at a terrifying speed, but his voice was very calm. Deduct money. It's the heavenly dog, Ge Feng immediately explained. Hearing this, Wu Ling didn't waste any more words, pushed the iron crown on his head, and instantly gathered literary chi into a weasel brush and held it in his hand. With one stroke, chi connected to dragons and snakes and wrote a general character hanging in the air. Billowing evil energy sprouted from the word general, transforming into a black-armored warrior who leaped out and landed steadily behind them. Holding a battle blade in his hand, his killing intent was biting cold. Occupying the mountain, he thought it was a backup line of defense. The records of strange beasts of the mountain sea wrote, "In mountain, there are beasts. Its shape is like a raccoon with a white head, and its name is the heavenly dog. Its voice is like a pomegranate and can control evil." It wasn't that Ge Feng and Wu Ling were timid, but that strange beasts like the heavenly dog were at least at the Shun descending level. It was not impossible for the strong people of the clan to reach the level of Taoist master. In the ancient legends, There were even heavenly dogs that could swallow the sun and the moon. Their supernatural power was beyond imagination. I already know the bad news. What's the good news? In the whistling wind, Wu Ling couldn't help but ask. The good news is, of course, I know which mountain this ghost mountain is. Gufeng said matter-of-factly. I don't need to ask you. Those who could enter the mountain sea territory, who hadn't read the records of strange beasts of the mountain sea, none of them were illiterate. This was a piece of good news. It was common knowledge that heavenly dogs were entrenched in Yin Mountain. Do you still need Gufeng to tell you? On Yin Mountain, Gufeng and Wu Ling, the virtuous duo, were running like wolves and boars. In the ocean water, there was also a pair of Tianjiao running like rats. Lord Jiang and young Duke Zhuo first escaped into the water under the threat of the Luo fish, and then dive into the bottom of the sea under the attack of Huang Beichuan. But the bottom of the sea was boundless. The danger was unpredictable. Even if Zhuo Guangshu had Hebo's supernatural power, after all, it was only a seed of the supernatural power. He didn't dare to dive too deep. The records and the records of strange beasts of the mountain sea were realized one by one. The Luo fish flew past. Huang Beichuan came. Huang Beichuan whistled past. And then came the wild tide that overturned the entire ocean. The water peak hit the sky. The huge waves rose into the sky. The beautiful sky with thousands of miles of clouds already no longer existed. The sky and the sea were both dark. In this world, destroying, terrifying water, there was suddenly the cry of a black dragon. In the picture scroll that depicted destruction, a black divine dragon suddenly jumped out. This dragon had a full beard and a tail. It was very lifelike. It pulled an extremely luxurious carriage and jumped on the huge waves. This carriage was covered by a green lotus, tall and gorgeous. It drove the rushing water and swept up the raging waves. In the driver's position, Zhuo Guangshu was wearing a watercolored armor and a blue battle robe. His pair of young and inexperienced eyes were now vast and mighty like the river. He was showing the body of Hebo, taking over this water area in his strongest state. He was like a god or a demon. Jiang Wang, wearing the Rui immortal robe, stood beside him with his hand on his sword. His sleeves fluttered. He was ready to attack at any time. On the battlefield, in a normal war chariot, the driver was in the middle, the multi-shot in charge of long-distance attacks was on the left, and the Rongyu in charge of close combat was on the right. Jiang Wang was now in charge of the Rongyu. Of course, if necessary, he wouldn't hesitate to use long-distance Taoist magic attacks. The two brothers rode on this Hebo divine chariot, driving the raging sea. In the terrifying water brought by the Luo fish, they bravely moved forward. The mountain-like waves fell and were divided when they met Hebo. The raging sea rolled back, but it only gently stroked the Hebo divine chariot. Of course, the black divine dragon pulling the chariot was only the manifestation of the water element, not a real dragon. However, in this roaring sea environment, it really seemed to have the power of a divine dragon. After an unknown period of time, their eyes suddenly lit up. The sky with thousands of miles of clouds looked very close, but it was actually very far away. There were floating mountains in the clouds, and the surface of the sea that was as flat as a mirror. The sky was clear, and the sea was vast. Looking back on the Hebo chariot that was moving forward at high speed, the storm and huge waves that covered the sky had already been left behind, but they didn't know when it would stop. P.S. 1. The Records of Strange Beasts was an original ancient book that the author made to construct the authenticity of the world. This book was the original text. It was similar to the previous puppet theory, force theory, and the history books of various countries, etc. too. The Records of Strange Beasts of Mountains and Seas was basically a copy of the classic of Mountains and Seas, but some adjustments were made to be more suitable for the Red Heart world. For example, the Luo fish's body shape and sharp teeth, and the Huang Bei survived by eating the residue of the Luo fish's predation. These details that were not in the original book were added by the author himself to increase the sense of authenticity. However, the original book was still the classic of Mountains and Seas. Thank you for the wonderful imagination of the ancestors, leaving us such a colorful legend. I won't repeat it later. I hope the readers will know. 3. Luo fish, lu 3 sounds. 4. Luo fish, gue 1 sound. Place names. Chapter 14:20. They were already very far away from the tsunami area, but Jiang Wang still had lingering fears. Fortunately, he was with Zhuo Guangshu. Fortunately, Guangshu's ability to control water had reached perfection, almost reaching the limit of his current cultivation. He also had a top-notch ability to control water like Hebo. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so easy to deal with. Luo, you only caused the flood instinctively, but in the vast ocean environment, it formed a terrifying heavenly might. In such a tsunami, even with his killing techniques, it was difficult for him to find a way to deal with it. It seemed that he could only use the Buzhou wind to forcefully open the way and use the heavenly palace to charge forward. It was fine if he went in the right direction, but if he got lost in the raging waves, he would probably be exhausted to death. But it was hard to avoid getting lost, because in such a terrifying heavenly might, it was extremely difficult to contact the starlight sacred tower in the distant stars. If he was careless, he would lose his way. Zhuo Guangshu, who had manifested Hebo's body, didn't have such worries. As long as he was in the water would give him the answer. Even if Zhuo Guangshu was in the immortal descent realm and Hebo's ability blossomed, this flood wouldn't have happened. Walala, when the wind and waves were calm, the entire Hebo divine chariot turned back into water and fell into the sea. Black Dragon, who was pulling the chariot, disappeared. Zhuo Guangshu also dispelled Hebo's body, and his armor and cloak disappeared. But his hair was wet and stuck to his face, making him look extremely tired. Jiang Wang, who was next to him, didn't really put in any effort and just focused on observing the environment. But after walking around in the tsunami, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. The two brothers looked at each other, and both of them burst into laughter. Before entering the Mountain Sea realm, one of them said that he would maintain the no-smoke armor and be in his best state at all times, while the other said that he would sweep through the Mountain Sea realm. As soon as they entered, they were taught a lesson by the strange beasts in the Mountain Sea realm. Zhuo Guangshu didn't even have the strength to wear the no-smoke armor, and Jiang Wang didn't have any edge to speak of. One has to keep a low profile. Jiang Wang sighed. Zhuo Guangshu sat down cross-legged and adjusted his breathing on the water. He said weakly, "Brother Jiang, I've been keeping a low profile. You were the one who said you wanted to sweep through the Mountain Sea realm." Jiang Wang stretched out his finger, and the true Samadhi fire drew a circle of fire on the surface of the sea, enveloping him and Zhuo Guangshu. "Take care of yourself first. Don't talk too much." This circle of fire was both a warning and a deterrent. At the moment, Zhuo Guangshu had dispelled the river body. His hair was soaked by the watery mist, and his luxurious blue robe was stuck to his body, making him look even thinner than before. Furthermore, he had suffered some injuries earlier, so his face was inevitably pale. Although it wasn't appropriate to use delicate and pitiful to describe a man, there really wasn't a more appropriate word to describe him at this moment. Jiang Wang, on the other hand, was still in perfect condition. He had plenty of time to think about the problem. If one were to look down from the sky, this scene would be like a painting. With the blue mirror-like surface of the sea as the base, a circle of fire formed the striking scenery on the scroll. Red flames burned in the blue sea. Amidst the flames that were brimming with vitality, one of them was wearing a green robe that fluttered in the wind. His temperament was calm, and he was standing gracefully. The other was wearing a blue robe. He was handsome and elegant, and he was concentrating on meditating. The scene was actually very harmonious. It would be even better if they didn't speak. After escaping, Jiang Wang thought about it again and again. At this moment, he suddenly remembered why he was familiar with the strange beasts of mountains and seas that Zhuo Guangshu mentioned. General Xiu Yuanxiu of the Lightning Prison Army had specially told him to find time to read a book called Strange Beasts of Mountains and Seas. It was said to be the basic reading material of Jixia Academy, and it could increase one's understanding of this world. He originally had this plan, but Fenggu suddenly died, and he was swept into that terrifying vortex. He couldn't remember anything else at that moment. Later on, when he thought about it again, the storage box that contained the history sword chiseling the sea had already been opened. It was an ill-fated relationship. Little Guangshu, Jiang Wang directly asked, "Is the strange beast of mountains and seas different from the strange beasts of mountains and seas?" In order to maintain his face in front of his subordinate, he even added, "It's the strange beasts of mountains and seas that recorded the bird that carried the rain." Zhuo Guangshu adjusted his breathing and casually said, "The strange beasts of mountains and seas is a basic reading material. The strange beasts of mountains and seas is more complicated. Its full name should be Mountains, Seas, and Strange Beasts. It records a lot of things, and it's also very ancient." The basic reading material of Jixia Academy had become a basic reading material for young Duke Zhua. However, Lord Jiang had only heard about it once and had never flipped a page. Of course, with Duke Huai Public House's deep foundation, the knowledge that Zhuo Guangshu came into contact with from a young age was definitely not ordinary. It was indeed incomparable. Cough. When we return to Qi, I'll also find it to read. Big Brother Jiang was very eager to learn. "Actually, I often read books, but I'm too busy sometimes." Zhuo Guangshu didn't doubt him. He just casually said, "Qi should be very difficult to get. This book is quite old. I'll give you a set later. Before entering the mountain and sea realm, I should have let you read through it, but there's no time. Anyway, I've already read it, so I might as well focus on cultivation and preparing for war." Qi was the new ruler of the eastern region. In terms of historical foundation, it was definitely not as good as Chu. This was reflected in many aspects, and ancient books were only one of them. Of course, Jiang Wang didn't mind. What made him sensitive was another word. A set. Yes, the mountain scripture, the sea scripture, the great wilderness scripture, the strange bee scripture. They're collectively known as the mountain and sea strange bee scripture. Zhuo Guangshu casually said, "Each scripture has many subdivisions, so it's hard to explain in a few words. You'll understand when you read it later. 1 or 2 books were fine, but a set. You said that we were in the Western Ocean. Where should we be now?" Jiang Wang asked in a serious tone. He stared at Zhuo Guangshu, and there was a hint of criticism in his eyes. The current situation was the situation in the mountain and sea realm, and how to get the seal of the 9 Phoenix. There was no room for idle chatter. Young people were really secretive. The more they talked, the more they went off topic. Zhuo Guangshu didn't notice Big Brother Zhang's criticism. He shook his head. "I don't know either. It's very difficult to pinpoint the location in the mountain and sea realm. Only certain landmarks or strange beasts with strong territorial awareness like the luo fish can tell where we are. Do you know where to find the seal of the 9 Phoenix?" Jiang Wang asked again. "It's hard to say whether the seal of the 9 Phoenix will appear this time," Zhuo Guangshu said, "but I know where the 9 Phoenix is. According to the records of the mountain and sea strange beasts, it should be in the Tiangui Mountain in the North Pole. That place is also very dangerous. In addition to the 9 Phoenix, there's also a tiger-headed, 4-hooved Ouroboros god in the mountain. Its name is Changliang, but my grandfather helped me make some preparations." Jiang Wang knew about the Tiangui Mountain in the North Pole. North Xiang had an extremely strong defensive Dao technique, and it was broken by him on the river viewing platform. Is the seal of the 9 Phoenix related to the 9 Phoenix? Jiang Wang asked. He didn't know how strong the 9 Phoenix was, but if all the existences in the mountain and sea realm were as strong as the luo fish, it would be difficult for them to do anything. Perhaps they could only rely on Duke Huai's methods. It should be related. They all have the 9 Phoenix. So Guangshu said, but in fact, I'm not sure. Jiang Wang said thoughtfully, is the mountain and sea realm constructed according to the records of strange beasts in the mountain and sea realm? Then, what we have seen and experienced, is it real or fake? Zhuo Guangshu thought for a while and shook his head seriously. I can't tell. Big Brother Jiang, can you tell? If I could, I wouldn't ask you. Jiang Wang said. The mountain and sea realm was too fantastic and magnificent. It was like a place where all the imagination was piled up and realized. It didn't seem like a real world. But here, everything they saw, heard, smelled, and felt was real. It was clearly a real world. Was there really a world called the mountain and sea realm? And the 9-jade annulus was the key to travel between the two worlds? Or was the mountain and sea empty? When the real was fake, the fake was real. When the fake was real, the real was fake. What kind of person was Huang Weijin? The more he knew, the more mysterious he felt. The more he experienced in the mountain and sea realm, the more he felt that this person was vast and unpredictable. Jiang Wang couldn't help but ask this question. So Guangxu thought for a while and said, "Actually, for us Chu people, Huang Weijin is also a mystery. After all, he has been dead for 900 years, and the flowers of historical truth will always wither with time. Today, we know some of his achievements and his legends, but we don't know all of his past. 900 years ago, he suddenly died, and there are still many theories about it. There are conspiracy theories and tragic theories, but they all lack evidence. The most convincing one is that he tried his best to break through to the transcendent realm, but he failed. As for the origin of the mountain and sea realm, there are two theories. One is that after Huang Weijin died, he left a key that connected to the mysterious mountain and sea realm. The other is that when Huang Weijin died, he used all his strength to create the mountain and sea realm. And there are many people who believe in both of these theories. It was really strange. Even the people of Chu didn't know what kind of place the mountain and sea realm was. Maybe it was because cultivators above the god descending realm couldn't enter, and cultivators below the god descending realm couldn't see the truth. While talking, Zhou Guangxu stood up, his body glowing. "Have you recovered?" Jiang Wang asked. "More or less. I just wanted to replenish some strength." Zhou Guangxu said, activating the supreme smoke armor, floating in the light blue smoke. Jiang Wang was also wrapped in the red smoke. Just looking at the appearance, these two people were really imposing. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were the strongest team in the mountain and sea realm. Where do we go next? Zhang Jui naturally put down his dignity and handed over the authority to lead the way. Who told him to not read the records of strange beasts of mountain and sea? Who would have thought that Zhou Guangxu was also very hesitant? North Pole Heavenly Cabinet Mountain. It should be in the north. Look at the name, the North Pole. Didn't you read the records of strange beasts of mountain and sea? Jiang Wang asked angrily. Zhou Guangxu had an innocent face. The records of strange beasts of mountain and sea is very simple. It only says that there is a mountain called the North Pole Heavenly Cabinet Mountain. There is no other explanation. Then take out the method that your grandfather prepared. Jiang Wang said in a heavy tone. Although I don't want to rely on my elders like you now that the things have come to this, we have no other choice. So Guangxu shook his head. Grandfather only prepared the method to interfere with Changliang. He didn't care about anything else. This time, I prepared the mountain and sea realm myself, and I also gathered information on the mountain and sea purgatory and had people build it. Jiang Wang was silent. The North Pole Heavenly Cabinet Mountain should be at the end of the north, right? Zhou Guangxu asked tentatively again. It should be. Jiang Wang was even more hesitant. It's to the north. Zhou Guangxu nodded hard, as if to affirm himself, but also as if to give Jiang Wang confidence. Then here is the problem. Jiang Wang pointed to the sky. There is no sun in the sky. Which side is north? Zhou Guangxu was silent for a while, then looked at Jiang Wang and said, Big brother Jiang, you are an outer building cultivator. Jiang Wang was also silent for a while. After silently connecting with the Starlight Sacred Tower for a while, he said, I can still receive the power of the Star Tower, but I can't determine its location. Maybe it's because of the mountain and sea realm. So Guangxu thought for a while, then said, Say, after night falls, if you connect with the Star Tower, will we be able to see your starlight in the night sky? That way, we could determine the location. Jiang Wang wanted to say, My star tower is so bright that even the scorching sun can't hide its brilliance. But on second thought, maybe the starlight in the mountain and sea realm was dimmer. Then maybe it was true that they could only see the starlight at night. Maybe. He could only say so. Suddenly, he didn't have much confidence in this trip to the mountain and sea realm. Little Guangxu was still too young. Before entering the mountain and sea realm, he practiced 7 or 8 times. Why didn't he practice how to determine the location in the mountain and sea realm? Then let's wait for night. Zhuo Guangxu was halfway through his sentence when, without warning, the sky suddenly darkened. It wasn't the kind of darkness that covered the sky when a luo fish caused a tsunami, but the kind of darkness that came at night. It was a celestial phenomenon where day and night intersected. Of course, this didn't affect the two transcendental cultivators from looking at each other. Zhuo Guangxu gave him an encouraging look. Try? Jiang Wang gave it a try. He used all his strength to connect with his star tower. He could even faintly hear the sound of the old dragon's chains at the base of the star tower. The sky was still so dark that there was nothing. He could feel his star tower and could also receive the power from it, but he couldn't see his own starlight in the sky of the mountain and sea realm. He couldn't determine the direction. Big brother Jiang, what do you see? Is that your star tower? Zhuo Guangxu suddenly pointed and asked. Jiang Wang looked in the direction of his finger, only to see a dot of light twinkling in the sky. It's not rumble. An earth-shattering clap of thunder cut off his words. Then, the dot of light in the sky became a huge bolt of lightning that cut across the sky. Jiang Wang used the power of his eye of Qianyang to see that in the sky far away, there was a one-legged, green-colored bull without horns. Its body shone like the sun and the moon. It was riding on violent thunder and lightning, approaching at a terrifying speed. Terrifying electric light emitted from its body and spread across the sky. There was a brief flash of day in the long night, and every time it roared, thunder would roll. An earth-shattering sound could be heard. Jiang Wang and Zhuo Guangxu silently retracted the eye-catching smoke that shrouded them. This kind of strange beast that could control thunder and lightning definitely couldn't hide in the water. What if it was like that stingray and conveniently ate a meal? Any random thunder and lightning could cover the entire body of water, making it impossible for people to hide. But there was no into the sea, and there really wasn't any place to hide. Jiang Wang flipped his hand and took out the invisible robe, draping it over Zhuo Guangxu's body. Then, he placed the red mirror in his palm. Hold it, don't move. Then, he hid himself in the red mirror. This series of actions was as smooth as flowing water. Rumble. The sound of thunder approached. Whoosh. In an instant, a torrential rain poured down. Zhuo Guangxu, wearing the invisible robe and holding the red mirror, stood silently in the rain. He felt a little lonely, a little helpless. To be honest, he already knew that the environment of the mountain-sea realm was dangerous, but he didn't expect it to be so dangerous. Wasn't the mountain-sea realm boundless? Weren't the beasts rare? In the past, it seemed that it was very rare for people to encounter a strange beast. Why did the two of them come one after another? He felt wronged, nervous, and didn't dare to move. Jiang Wang hid in the red mirror. He didn't even dare to directly observe the strange beast with the red mirror. He only looked at the electric light behind the strange beast. He waited patiently for a long time. When he saw the electric light go far away, he jumped out of the red mirror. The effect of the invisible robe was very limited for experts at the god descendant level. But this strange beast that controlled thunder and lightning didn't come specifically for Jiang Wang and Zhuo Guangxu, so it just flew by and didn't pay much attention. Zhuo Guangxu didn't dare to observe the Kuei cow at close range for fear that it would detect him. When he turned around, he couldn't even see the electric light anymore. He couldn't help but ask, "Has it left?" Jiang Wang activated the immortal sound state again and listened quietly for a while before saying, "It should have left. The sound it left behind is already very far away. Where did this big guy come from? It feels much stronger than Luo Yu." Zhuo Guangxu returned the invisible robe and the red mirror to Jiang Wang. He also had a lingering fear. This is the Kuei cow. It should be living on Mount Liobua. But now it's flying in the air. I don't know where it's going. We don't care where it goes. Jiang Wang sighed. The problem is where we should go now. Zhuo Guangshu thought for a moment and said, Brother Jiang, you're very experienced and knowledgeable. Look at the situation now. Jiang Wang said, You read a lot. Zhuo Guangshu said, Brother Jiang, your cultivation is profound and powerful. Jiang Wang said, You read a lot. Zhuo Guangshu said, You're the big brother. As a younger brother, I still have to rely on you. Jiang Wang said, You read a lot. Zhuo Guangshu, why don't we just walk around and see what's going on? That's what I was thinking. P.S. Recommend a Red Heart Survey fan song and search for Red Maple Song on Bilibili. Make sure to listen to the part of the No Life song of White Bones. Chapter 1421. Outside the Northwest Sea, north of the Crimson River, there was Zhangwei Mountain. There was a god with a human face, a snake body, and a red eyes. Its eyes were dark, and its eyes were bright. It did not eat, did not sleep, and did not rest. It was the Candle Dragon, the so-called Candle Dragon, records of strange beasts of the mountains and seas. Jiang Wang and Zhuo Guangshu chose a direction that they did not know and moved forward in the night of the Mountain Sea realm. The imposing smoke armor covered them, making the Chongshin environment of the Mountain Sea realm unable to affect their movements. But in detail, Zhuo Guangshu created the uncontrollable smoke armor to fight more freely in the Mountain Sea realm. However, facing the strange beasts in the Mountain Sea realm who were at the Divine Descent realm, the function of the uncontrollable smoke armor seemed to be to allow them to maintain their peak state at all times, so that they could quickly put away the uncontrollable smoke armor. There were no stars or moon in the night, and the sea waves were also calm. The leisurely waves reverberated, and they had a calming power. It's really a pity that a pearl is covered in dust. Jiang Wang sighed. He held the red makeup mirror in his hand and illuminated a radius of 25 kilometers. This range was not small, but in the boundless Mountain Sea realm, it could not cover much. For example, the floating mountains that appeared in his field of vision did not seem very far away. If he really wanted to get close, he did not know how long it would take. It was like looking up at the sky. The clouds and mist were in his field of vision. If he wanted to touch them, he could not casually fly up a few thousand feet. As the saying went, looking at a mountain is close to death, not to mention the clouds in the sky. Flying on the surface of the sea, there was almost no obstruction. Transcendent cultivators could see more than 25 kilometers away with their naked eyes. In such an environment, the detection ability of the red makeup mirror was almost useless. Zhuo Guangshu thought that he was talking about his uncontrollable smoke armor. So he said gloomily, I can add some concealment parts to make the smoke armor colorless and transparent. That way, it won't be conspicuous. Jiang Wang casually replied, but the power fluctuations of the uncontrollable smoke armor itself are more attractive than its appearance, right? Then I'll add a part of the Dao technique that conceals power fluctuations, Zhuo Guangshu said. While retaining the original function of the non-smoke screen armor, he added a concealment function and a concealment function. Not to mention how difficult it was to achieve, it was easy to imagine how bloated the Dao technique would be at the end. Jiang Wang didn't deny him. He only said, then you'll need a lot of time. Let's wait until the Mountain Sea realm is over. Zhuo Guangshu didn't say anything. Indeed, it would take at least 10 days to half a month to complete the modification of such a Dao technique. Because the non-imperial smoke armor was originally his most meticulous design, any change was very difficult. The changes of day and night in the Mountain Sea realm were controlled by the Torch Dragon, who is also one of the strongest existences in this realm. When you open your eyes, you are bright. When you close your eyes, you are dark. It was fine during the day, but Jiang Wang and Zhuo Guangshu did not dare to speak loudly at night for fear of disturbing Master Candle Dragon's sleep, although it was difficult for them to do so. The Kuei cow had almost broken the sky with its cries, but it had not woken up the Torch Dragon. The night was still night, and the eyes were still closed. It was clear that not everyone was like Smoke and Armor, who could learn to keep a low profile so quickly. Jiang Wang suddenly turned sideways and looked into the distance. Within his field of vision, two figures were flying high in the sky, rapidly approaching. Their auras were aggressive and almost completely unconcealed, showing great confidence. Zhong Lian, Zhuo Guangxu immediately warned. At the same time that Jiang Wang saw the other party obviously saw them too, and suddenly accelerated. Without a word, the battle began in an instant. Zhuo Guangxu crossed his hands and pressed them against the distant sea surface. As the sea waves surged, two azure water dragons leaped up and roared toward the sky. Their whiskers, horns, claws, and tails were all clear, separated by an extremely long distance. Just as he could see his opponent's face clearly, his water element Dao technique had already begun to show its power, tearing at his opponent. In an environment rich in water essence, River Earl was a god. The two colliding head-on had extraordinary auras. The person on the right wore a loose robe with large sleeves, a jade sachet, and a folding fan in his hand. His features were confident, and he had the air of a licentious young master. He was the Tianjiao's Fan Wushu, the model of a prodigal son turning over a new leaf. He opened his folding fan and gently landed. With one step, he stepped on the dragon's head. Crack, crack, crack. With his foot as the starting point, the azure water dragon quickly turned into an ice sculpture. The ice spread at a terrifying speed, instantly covering the water dragon that leaped up and even the surface of the sea. The two water dragons and the sea had all turned into ice. With Fan Wushu's foot as the starting point, the ice surface continued to expand, and the frosty air rushed towards Zhuo Guangxu and Jiang Wang. In an instant, the frosty air covered 100 miles. Freezing the nearby sea was undoubtedly the best way to restrict River Earl's ability in the mountain and sea realm. However, to achieve this, the power behind it could not be underestimated. As for the short-bearded, eagle-eyed Zhong Lian, he did not even glance at the two water dragons, completely leaving the battlefield to Fan Wushu to clean up. He only charged forward. The boundless sea was bounded by a layer of frost. The frost above was bone-chilling, and the waves below were surging. Fan Wushu, who froze 100 miles, was indeed a prodigal son who turned over a new leaf, confident and unrestrained. Zhuo Guangxu, who controlled the water and the sea, was a noble young master Great Shu, outstanding. Zhong Lian, who held the heavy sword with both hands, flew above the frost like an eagle soaring into the sky. He closed in on his opponent at a terrifying speed, and the bones in his body emitted dense crackling sounds, like beans being fried. Thousands of crackling sounds merged into one sound, and then he slashed down with his sword. The 206 bones in his body resonated with one sound. The power of all the collisions was superimposed into one place. Thus it exploded. This was the pinnacle of power. It was the mountain-shattering heavy sword. The sword energy, as thick as a mountain peak, tore through space and smashed towards Zhuo Guangxu, who was controlling the water to attack the layer of ice. Just like how Zhong Lian did not care about the two water dragons, Zhuo Guangxu did not raise his head, because a green robe had already risen into the air and appeared in front of him. From left to right, it drew a line that separated the heavens and the earth. A sword slashed horizontally. 10 years of poverty written off with a sword. This person's sword style was incomparably sharp. The thick sword energy, as thick as a mountain peak, split apart halfway. Half of it smashed into the sky, while the other half smashed into the sea. Zhong Lian, this Qinjiao who gave up on cultivation to chase after Dou Zhao, was one of the most threatening people in the Chu country in Jiang Wang's heart. To be able to fight against Dou Zhao, he had to be an expert among experts. Thus, he did not hold back and did not underestimate him. At the first moment, he had already lit up his 5 prefectures and displayed his Qianfu body. With Chang Xiangxi in his hand, the green cloud shattered and he closed in. The sword collided with Zhong Lian. Jiang Wang's sword skills were famous in the world. At the Riverview platform, he was able to go head-to-head with Qin Zhizhen's top blade skills. Facing such a person, such a sword, Zhong Lian was relaxed. His left foot took half a step back, and his body turned sideways. The body of the heavy sword was retracted horizontally. It was obviously a retracted sword posture, but the tip of his sword touched the tip of Chang Xiangxi's sword. He avoided the moment when Chang Xiangxi's sharpness was at its peak, accurately blocking it before it could succeed. Then his left foot took a step forward. He held the sword with both hands and pushed it forward, directly knocking back Jiang Wang, who was charging at him with his sword. Forcefully resisting the tragic old general's sword past its prime, he knocked it back. At the same time, the two halves of the sword energy that had clearly been cut by Jiang Wang and should have dissipated, one in the sky and the other in the sea, exploded at the same time. They had never lost control. They were just putting on a show. The half of the sword energy in the sky was like lightning across the sky, instantly weaving into a net of sword energy that covered Jiang Wang. The other half of the sword energy in the sea was like a blooming lotus. From bottom to top, it wanted to lift Jiang Wang. Heaven and earth combined. At this moment, Zhong Lian was still using his sword to collide with Jiang Wang's sword, forcing him to have no choice but to use his strength to resist, making it impossible for him to escape. In just 2 moves, Jiang Wang was trapped in a hopeless situation. When at the Riverview platform, Jiang Wang relied on his innate talent in swordsmanship and his constant efforts to create his own swordsmanship to go head-to-head with Qin Zhizhen's blade and Xiang Bei's halberd. At that time, his swordsmanship had not reached the peak of the Inner Mansion realm, but it was already very close. However, at the Outer Mansion realm, people like Qin Zhizhen and Xiang Bei, who had inherited the true ultimate techniques, could also quickly display the peak of the Outer Mansion realm's blade and halberd techniques. Jiang Wang could only rely on himself to continue to make up for it. This was also the reason why he lost to Swordsman Ning in the Outer Mansion realm. Even though his swordsmanship had reached the peak of the Inner Mansion realm, he did not lose to Swordsman Ning, but lost to the foundation of a great swordsmanship sect. That endless ultimate sword technique required him to use countless days and nights to make up for it. At this moment, Zhong Lian was the same. In terms of talent, if he gave up swordsmanship to cultivate martial arts, he could still catch up to Do Zhao. In terms of cultivation, Zhong Lian had opened 20 levels of his spine, one step away from immortal arrival. In terms of background, as a direct descendant of the great Chu's Zhongli family, he had mastered countless ultimate techniques. That was why he was able to do it so skillfully and easily, even establishing an overwhelming advantage in one move. However, how could Jiang Wang not know that his swordsmanship was lacking? In the great illusionary realm, he suppressed his strength and fought seriously. He only used his swordsmanship to exchange blows with Swordsman Ning. Time and time again, he reviewed himself and tempered his own battle techniques. In the battle in the Mountain Sea realm, he naturally would not be so arrogant as to think that he could defeat Zhong Lian with just his swordsmanship. He was very clear about the strength that he had polished bit by bit. Just as he had said in Seeing My Lu, the number 1 Inner Mansion realm was a thing of the past. The Outer Mansion realm was a brand new journey. Therefore, when his sword collided with Zhong Lian, it was not only his sword that collided. When Zhong Lian's 2 parts of sword energy exploded, forming a sword net and a sword lotus between heaven and earth, there were cries of flame sparrows, blooming flame flowers, and flaming meteors streaking across the sky. In the world of the Mountain Sea, a world of fire was born. This world had its limits, but its future was limitless. It enveloped the sword net, the sword lotus, and even Jiang Wang himself and Zhong Lian. Even Zhuo Guangshu, who was silently controlling water, and Fan Wushu, who was walking over on ice. And in this dazzling world of fire, Jiang Wang's long sword shook and staggered the tip of the heavy sword. He swung it to the left and swung it to the right. In a world of fire, he slashed out with the word human. This was a sword that directly supported this world, and also a sword that truly nurtured life. There was a person in heaven and earth, and all things were born. He had comprehended this change in the battle with Zhao Xianyang, and then gradually perfected it. The word human was indomitable, and thus the world of fire became livelier and more stable. With the power of the world of fire feeding back to this sword was stronger, more absolute, and more complete. It was not the ultimate swordsmanship of the outer mansion, but it had the ultimate power of the outer mansion. Crack! The net of sword chi cracked open, and the lotuses of sword chi withered. Only Chang Xiangxi was still advancing. In the world of fire, all the fire spirits were silent, as if only this sword was left. A world nurtured a sword. Who could stop this sword? Fan Wushu could not. Only Zhong Lian. Could Zhong Lian stop it? In the almost suffocating atmosphere, the space that faintly trembled gave the answer. Zhong Lian only gripped his sword with both hands, coldly gazing at the approaching Chang Xiangxi. His terrifying power could no longer be concealed. Space was already trembling for him. The next sword would definitely be earth-shattering. Clang! Jiang Wang sheathed his sword, casually clenched it, and put away the dazzling world of fire. The world suddenly returned to silence. Everything came to an abrupt end. No treasures have appeared in this mountain sea realm. I think there is no need for us to fight to the death, he said. Zhong Lian's pupils contracted. He was not shocked that Jiang Wang had supported the world of fire with his sword, but this sudden action of sheathing his sword right before the eruption shocked him. He had clearly seen the complexity of this sword. It was a perfect fusion of swordsmanship, Taoism, and Abhijna. But this Jiang Wang was able to freely withdraw and release such a complex and terrifying sword move. So effortlessly. Where did his end lie? Shock still lingered in his heart, but the sword move around him had dissipated. He casually placed the heavy sword on his back. You are right. He nodded. Fan Wushu put away his folding fan, his sleeves fluttering as he walked forward. It could be considered an acknowledgement that the two of them had the right to talk. Based on the way the two of them had accelerated as soon as they met, if Jiang Wang did not display enough strength, he would not have stopped fighting. After all, the Mountain Sea realm was full of competitors. If he killed one, there would be one less. There was no need to hold back. Of course, Jiang Wang and Zhuo Guangshu were not afraid at all. To be honest, it was Zhuo Guangshu who had made the first move. On the other hand, if Zhong Lian and Fan Wushu had not displayed enough strength, Jiang Wang would not have minded killing them. Only after they recognized each other's strength and understood that the cost of fighting had sharply increased did they have the possibility to stop. The two sides sized each other up. They discovered that in the battle, just now, the two groups that had been aggressive were not in good condition. Jiang Wang and Zhuo Guangshu did not need to be mentioned. They had been running for their lives. Although they were covered in smoke, it was difficult to hide their sorry state. Zhong Lian and Fan Wushu were not much better off. Fan Wushu's folding fan, which he had suddenly put away, was clearly scorched. The left side of Zhong Lian's long hair was unnaturally curled, which was not hard to notice. Zhong Lian looked at Jiang Wang, then at Zhuo Guangshu, and said somewhat arrogantly, "You two look very sorry." The two sides skipped the self-introduction segment. After all, they had gotten to know each other in advance. "We just killed a few strange beasts," Jiang Wang said casually, flicking his sword. He looked at the two people in front of him and asked, "You two seem to have encountered some trouble?" Zhong Lian naturally would not say that he and Fan Wushu had almost been killed by that Kuei ox. The more they thought about it, the angrier they became. They had deliberately come here to see if there was any chance for revenge. Trouble? Haha, I really don't know what trouble there is. Did you notice the Kuei ox when you were nearby? He said calmly. We were just chasing that Kuei ox. Jiang Wang chuckled. If you're chasing, isn't the distance a bit too far? Won't you lose it? Zhong Lian snorted coldly. What do people from Qi know about hunting? If we don't get along, it's pointless to say more. He took to the sky and left. Fan Wushu smiled at Jiang Wang and Zhuo Guangshu, then followed Zhong Lian. Jiang Wang was speechless. He turned to Zhuo Guangshu and asked, "You are from Chu, do you understand?" Zhuo Guangshu shook his head. Chapter 14:22. Crack, crack. They walked on the ice floe left behind by Fan Wushu. Beneath the ice was a blue sea. The frosty white and the azure blue complemented each other, creating a kind of extraordinary beauty. Zhuo Guangshu silently analyzed the traces of Dao techniques, hoping to find an opening in their next confrontation. Fan Wushu's Dao technique of condensing ice was too restrictive. He had to put in more effort. "Let's go," Jiang Wang said. Zhuo Guangshu was stunned. "Where to?" "Of course to follow behind them and see where they're going," Jiang Wang said matter-of-factly. So Guangshu said, "Zhong Lian really can't be killed." Jiang Wang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Don't you consider whether I can kill him or not? Then why do you want to follow behind them? Let me ask you, do you know which direction to go?" "I don't know. But they clearly know," Jiang Wang said, already turning around. "Hey," Zhuo Guangshu followed behind. "But they're going to chase after that Kuei cow." Mount Liubo, where Kuei cow lives, has nothing to do with Tiangui Mountain in the North Pole. Not to mention that Kuei cow is flying to who knows where. Jiang Wang looked at him like he was looking at an idiot. "You believe that?" Zhuo Guangshu thought for a moment. "If it's Zhong Lian, the possibility is very high. Between you and Zhong Lian, there's definitely an idiot," Jiang Wang said. "I still believe in my judgment." Zhuo Guangshu flew beside him and said, "What judgment?" Jiang Wang raised his index finger and gathered a wisp of smoke. The smoke condensed into green grass, and he lowered his head in contemplation. He had already memorized the auras of Zhong Lian and Fan Wushu during the battle. Now was the time to use the memory secret art to guide the way. Zhong Lian and Fan Wushu are not ordinary people. We shouldn't get too close. Only chase auras, not people. Lord Zhang's tone was calm. It was clearly not the first time he had done this. Zhuo Guangshu obediently said, "Oh." Big Brother Zhang's professionalism made him not dare to argue. Jiang Wang controlled the distance steadily with the Remembrance Secret technique and flew at a moderate speed. "By the way, you said that Zhong Lian might really be chasing after the Kuei cow? Why would you think that?" "Because he seemed to have suffered a loss in front of the Kuei cow," Zhuo Guangshu said. "What kind of reason is that?" Jiang Wang rolled his eyes. "Then shouldn't we go after Luo Yu?" "I know. Zhong Lian's character is like that," Zhuo Guangshu explained. "He's the kind of person who, if you step on him when you're 2 years old, will still remember to step on you when he's 20 years old. Do you understand?" The reason why he gave up his cultivation was because he had lost the Do Zhao, and he couldn't accept it. However, he felt that there was no hope of defeating Do Zhao on his current path. Therefore, he chose the new path of martial arts. No one in the Zhongli family agreed, but he still did it and was almost exiled by the family. The process is quite complicated, but isn't he doing well now? He seems to be very talented in martial arts. He's really strong. Yeah, it's pretty good now. How can it not be good? The people who wanted to exile him back then have all been exiled by him. There are more than 30 people in total, including a dog that nodded at that time. After Zhong Lian lost to Do Zhao, he gave up his cultivation to cultivate. For a long time, this was considered as destroying his own future. From the perspective of the family's interests, it was inevitable that some people would want to punish him. Normally, if they wanted to make a comeback under such circumstances, they would punish the main culprit or something. After all, they were all family members, and they still had to protect the overall interests of the family. Back then, they only said it verbally, but it didn't happen. Zhong Lian was really exiled. More than 30 people were exiled in one go, and there was even a dog. Ahem, then he really hold a grudge. Jiang Wang thought for a moment and said, "I didn't particularly offend him just now, did I?" So Guangshu said faintly, "A few words shouldn't count. But if we continue to follow him, who knows?" Jiang Wang was very obedient and said, "Okay, I understand. If I have no choice but to offend him, Then I'll think of a way to do it cleanly. Zhuo Guangshu, what do you understand? Are you even listening to me? Of course, the two groups passing by each other couldn't avoid discussing each other. Fan Wushu's big sleeves fluttered as he flew in the air. His expression was a little listless, and he didn't have the momentum of killing 100 miles with frost. But the topic of discussion was still serious. Everyone says that Zhuo Guanglie ruined the last of the Zhuo family's luck. I think this little Zhuo is also extraordinary, and he's not as weak as others say. What do you mean by luck? If he wins, he has it, and if he loses, he has nothing. Zhong Lian said casually, Zhuo Guanglie is famous all over the world, but he died in the Battle of the River Valley. Does that count as a win or a loss? Duke Huai Public House doesn't care about those voices at all. It's obvious that they're keeping a low profile and don't want Zhuo Guangshu to be in the limelight. Speaking of which, Jiang Wang surprised me more. Fan Wushu said, I watched him win at the river viewing platform, defeating Qin Zhizhen and Huang Shelley consecutively. At that time, he hadn't reached the heaven's sanctum yet. At that time, I felt that his future was limitless. But I really didn't expect that he could still maintain such a terrifying speed of progress after winning the championship. Just now, I had a very strong feeling that if I were to fight him to the death today, I might not be as good as him. Zhong Lian glanced at him. I say, Lord Fan, why are you acting low-key in front of me? Since the end of the Battle of the Yellow River, Fan Wushu had been bestowed a title of nobility because of his dazzling achievements at the river viewing platform. He was also a Viscount, the same rank as Jiang Wang. Of course, a Viscount of Qi and a Viscount of Li Guo couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Fan Wushu smiled bitterly. Jiang Wang is a master of both swords and techniques, and has reached the heaven's sanctum. The divine abilities he has shown are all extraordinary, and there's still one that hasn't been revealed yet. He's indeed someone who can leave his name in the annals of inner sanctum. In a battle of life and death, I really don't have much confidence. Zhong Lian also became more serious. He thought for a while and said, with the power he's shown in public so far, it's impossible for him to kill those few human demons. So the divine ability he's hiding must be very terrifying. It should be a top divine ability. If he wants to fight to the death with you, it depends on how well he can control that divine ability. I don't want to bet. Fan Wushu shook his head and asked, what if he wants to fight to the death with you? Let's wait until he establishes the 4th star tower. Zhong Lian dismissed it with a smile. His strong confidence overflowed from his words. But then a bolt of lightning jumped from his left arm. His whole body twitched violently as if he had gone mad. His momentum completely disappeared, forcing out the last bolt of lightning from his muscles. Zhong Lian gritted his teeth. That son of a bitch Kuei, trying to kill us as soon as we meet. Don't let me find a chance to stew it. He had heard the Kuei's movements before, so he went to check on the situation. In the end, he was attacked by the Kuei as soon as he saw them. He attacked them until they covered their heads and fled like rats. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He ran far away and then turned back to teach the Kuei a lesson. As for his accidental encounter with the smoke and armor duo, he wanted to eliminate a competitor in passing. That was why he had that short confrontation. Fan Wushu knew Zhong Lian's personality very well, so he didn't try to persuade him. He only said, speaking of which, a grand event like the Yellow River meeting is really an unforgettable experience. Before every Tianjiao fights, they all feel that they're the only victors. That's because everyone has won all the way here and never lost. But there can only be one champion, and only that person is the indisputable, peerless Tianjiao. He used his own way to remind Zhong Lian that he couldn't underestimate Jiang Wang. In the previous confrontation, Zhong Lian agreed to stop because he wasn't willing to pay too much of a price. Who knew if Jiang Wang, who had taken the initiative to stop, wasn't like that? But it would have been better if he hadn't said anything. Once he did, Zhong Lian became indignant. Whose prestige are you boosting? What's so great about the Yellow River meeting? Wait until I deal with the Kuei, then I'll go back and look for him. Fan Wushu was speechless. The Yellow River meeting isn't that great, but you don't have the right to go, do you? Of course, he couldn't say it out loud. Otherwise, Zhong Lian would really turn back. He changed the topic and asked, "Do you still remember the purpose of entering the Mountain Sea realm this time?" "Chopping Dozhao," Zhong Lian said without hesitation. Fan Wushu was helpless. "Uncle Zhong Lian, that's not what you said when you asked me to help you." "What did I say? Why are you asking me what I said?" Zhong Lian moved to the side, avoiding his saliva. "Then I said too many things. How can I remember them all? You kept saying that you wanted to share the secret of Huang Weizhen's divine descent with me." Fan Wushu was almost roaring, his anger boiling. "Oh, don't get so worked up." Zhong Lian waved his hand. It seemed like he was explaining, but it also seemed like he was ignoring him. "I just said it casually. Don't take it seriously." Fan Wushu continued to ask, "Which sentence were you casually saying? You're so annoying. Chopping Dozhao and snatching the secret of divine descent don't conflict." Fan Wushu didn't let it go. There has to be a priority, right? Which comes first? Seeing him on the verge of exploding, Zhong Lian thought for a while before saying, "In theory, Huang Weizhen's divine descent is the most important, the priority. I said I would share it with you, so I won't lie to you. Of course, but in the specific operation, we will definitely chop Dozhao first if we encounter it. If we encounter the secret of divine descent first, we will snatch it first. If Dozhao and the secret of divine descent are together, in order to ensure that we snatch the secret of divine descent, we will definitely have to deal with the threat of Dozhao first." "That's more like it." Fan Wushu nodded in satisfaction. The vengeful duo continued to discuss like this while chasing after the Kuei. "How about we just forget about it?" In the void, a muffled voice said, "Mother said that if you eat a fool, you will become stupid." "Then what about the other two?" Another voice asked. "Those two are even more stupid. They can't even tell north from south. If you eat them, you'll be poisoned." Let's go, let's go." The latter voice sighed. It was a two-headed, four-armed ape with a body length of more than one zhang. The two heads were talking to each other. After jumping a few times in the void, they were already far away from this sea area. Records of the strange beasts of the mountains and seas stated that there was a god in the mountains called Yin Zhong. The ape had a red face, two heads, and four arms that could split the sky. It often used the void as its path. Fond of sleeping and eating, it had the heart of a wise man. Yin Zhong hid in the void and looked outside. This place was already another place in the mountain and sea territory. They had set up ambushes in many places in the mountain and sea territory. Once activated, they would immediately be notified and rush over to eat. The scenery of the floating mountain in front of them was beautiful. In the peach forest on the mountain, the peach blossoms were beautiful. In the peach forest, two people were walking. One of them was wearing a magnificent dress and had a beautiful bearing. As she walked, there seemed to be a kind of rhythm. She was more moving than the peach blossoms. Her figure was already considered tall, but the person beside her was even taller by a head. He wore a cloak and was wrapped in a gray robe. His figure couldn't be seen at all. The distance between each step was exactly the same. It was as if before taking the first step, the path ahead had already been cut clearly. "How is it?" Nian Zheng's left head asked. "Why don't we just forget about it?" The right head replied, listlessly. "One can't be eaten, the other can't be eaten. Why do you only know how to say forget about it? Can we still live?" The left head was very indignant. "If you want to leave, leave by yourself." The right head's temper also rose. "Fine, I'll leave." Two heads and four ape arms, each facing one direction, argued on the spot for a while. "Forget it, I'll take a step back." The left head considered the big picture and said, "If we catch it, I'll let you take the first bite. Why don't we just forget about it? I feel like we can't catch it. You're telling me to forget about it again? Do you believe that I won't bite you?" Okay. The right head said tiredly. "Let's go catch. Chi, where are they? Search the mountain." The left head was aggressive. "Why don't we just forget about it?" "Ha! I'm so sleepy. Don't you yawn at this time." "Ha!" The two-headed ape lay in the void and fell asleep just like that. On the other side of the floating mountain, two people flew away silently. After a certain distance, they flew faster and faster. It's a pity that we didn't have time to find out what kind of mountain this is and what kind of treasures there are on it. Chu Shun's tone was regretful. Did the strange beast catch up? The gray-robed person only asked faintly. This was a very standard female voice, as if it was inappropriate to be a little rough or a little soft. But when the standard reached such a level, it couldn't be considered pleasant. In addition, it was unknown if it was because she rarely spoke, but there was a slightly sluggish feeling between her words. Nianjing can't see anyone, so she should be sleeping soon, Chu Shanhua said confidently. Oh, I see. The gray-robed person responded faintly, as if she didn't care about the existence that was enough to tear them apart. Chu Shanhua was already used to it. He only said, "It's too dangerous here. We can't explore slowly. We should go directly to Tianshan." Zen Master Yu, are you still unable to determine the location? Zen Master Yu, who was wrapped in a gray robe, shook her head. Even you can't do it. It seems that the degree of openness of the mountain sea realm this time is beyond imagination. Chu Shanhua muttered, I wonder if Guangshu knows. Obviously, she was very confident in Zen Master Yu's ability to determine the location. The fact that Zen Master Yu couldn't determine the location directly reflected to her that this world was unusual. Degree of openness? Zen Master Yu asked. The range of the mountain sea realm is different every time, so many participants see and experience different things. Your ability to determine the location has nothing to do with the main world, and it's based on your own self. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be disturbed. The rules of the mountain sea realm actually affect the participants so deeply, which means it's much more open. Chu Shanhua analyzed. It's nothing more than the 9 chapters Jade Annulus that was lost. This time, the mountain sea realm opened more than 7 chapters. I wonder if it's the morning ing or the sorrow returning wind. Her understanding of the mountain sea realm was clearly much deeper than Zhuo Guangshu's. Is there a difference? Zen Master Yu asked calmly. Chu Shanhua paused and shook his head. Probably there isn't. What's that sound over there? She suddenly asked. Zen Master Yu turned her head, only to see a flash of lightning in the distance. Kuei? Chu Shanhua asked. I need more information. As she spoke, Zen Master Yu had already flown in that direction. Chu Shanhua followed closely behind. After swiftly flying about 15 kilometers, Zen Master Yu stopped. It's Kuei. It's chasing after someone, she said with certainty. No, it's 2. There's also someone whose traces are too faint. I almost missed them. For the first time, there was an emotion similar to surprise in her voice. It seemed that being missed by her was an extremely difficult matter. Chapter 1423. To be able to hide to such a degree, Zhonglian, Wuling, none of them are likely. Dozhao Duxing is even more unlikely. Then, is it the lost 9-chapter Jade Disc? Chu Shanhua clearly valued Zen Master Yu's opinion. After pondering for a moment, he said, Let's follow and take a look. Zen Master Yu stretched out her hand, her wide sleeves hanging down. Her skin had a faint bronze luster. With a single press of her hand, a pearl suddenly appeared and floated in the air. Streams of light swirled around and continued to expand. Amidst the clicking sounds of the mechanism, a majestic bird appeared. Its entire body was golden, and its eyes were dignified. Its feathers were as sharp as knives, and its wings were more than 10 feet wide when they spread out. The pearl was embedded in the top of its head, and its brilliance was restrained, like a sarcoma. The bird let out a soft cry. Its voice was extremely sorrowful, causing one to almost cry, although it was vivid, real, and concrete, like a living mythical creature. However, when Zen Master Yu landed on its back, the soles of her boots made a crisp, knocking sound. It was obvious that this was a puppet creation. The cleansing moon nunnery's mechanism Garuda. Chu Shanhua flew to Zen Master Yu's side and did not say anything. The Garuda flapped its wings and broke through the sky, chasing forward. At this moment, if they were to really start chasing the Kuei cow, and there were unknown people near the Kuei cow, they naturally had to conserve their strength to deal with the battle that could happen at any time. They could not waste their strength on the journey. Therefore, the appearance of the mechanism Garuda was very necessary. The Kuei cow rode lightning and passed through the mountain and sea realm. It stepped on tens of thousands of feet of lightning, and the sound of thunder echoed for thousands of miles. How could one or two people be intimidated? However, people like Jiang Wang and Zhuo Guangshu immediately hid and waited for the Kuei cow to fly past. As for Zhong Lian and Fan Wushu, they confidently chose to go forward and watch the show. Then, they were casually blasted by the Kuei cow's lightning. Zhong Lian recovered and chased after it angrily. Chu Shanhua and Zen Master Yu decided to go forward to investigate after confirming the lost 9-chapter Jade Disc. Different people had different personalities and would make different choices. But this time, coincidentally, they began to chase the Kuei cow's tracks. Most of the time, people's choices are determined by their personalities. This was a floating mountain filled with precious stones. On the mountain path, a man stood with his hands behind his back. He had a pair of very deep eyes and a pair of indifferent lips. In short, his facial features were relatively alienated from the world, but strangely, he had a very amiable temperament. At this moment, he stretched out a finger and placed it by his ear. Listen. The Kuei cow's roar rumbled and spread far and wide. Many people must have been attracted by it and collided with it. Then why am I here and you here? A harmless smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Because we're the same kind of people. We all have our own firm desires. The person at the foot of the mountain path had a full forehead. His facial features were broad and his eyes were bright. He wore a red martial robe with golden edges, which fluttered loudly in the mountain wind. Her entire person was extremely radiant. Don't block my way or you'll die, he said. Furthermore, he walked up slowly, without any intention of stopping for anyone or anything. Obviously, he was not used to bringing warmth to people, even though his temperament was so brilliant and bright. I'm not your enemy, Do Zhao. You can pass through this path at any time. I won't stop you. The man on a mountain path said, I'm only here to tell you a better choice. If we work together, we can obtain more in the mountain sea realm. Do Zhao laughed softly. Have you always been this confident? Or have you only become confident today? The man on the mountain path did not get angry because of this contempt. He still had a smile on his face. You probably think that I'm a little blindly confident, but I respect your strength. I think that you're probably the strongest person who entered the mountain sea realm this time. However, do you remember Jiang Wang? After the Yellow River battle, he killed the 4 human demons. Could you do that when you were in the Inner Mansion realm? Now, he has also established the Outer Tower. Do you think he's not a problem? Do you know Yu Qiannu? A disciple of the Cleansing Moon Nunnery who has been wandering around the Outer Tower because of her. His words came to an abrupt end, because there was a flash of blade light. Do Zhao held the bloody head in his left hand and looked at it. I still can't remember who you are. He casually threw the head behind him and continued to walk up the mountain indifferently. The head rolled down the mountain path. After a while, the headless body started to bleed wildly and fell down heavily. There were mountain ranges at the bottom of the sea. They were continuous like dragons lying on the ground. Of course, some places were occupied and dangerous, while others were barren but safe. In a dark cave somewhere, Chu Yuji stood with his arms crossed. He had never been a particularly conspicuous person. When he was with other Tianjiao, he did not stand out. His personality was not distinctive, his behavior was not unreasonable, and his temperament was not special. However, at this moment, when there was no one around, he stood there as if he was one with the mountain range at the bottom of the sea. There was a heavy feeling of power. Not long after, the stone statue standing next to him moved. After cracks exploded, a face with cold facial features was revealed. Then, lights started to appear, and the details of the face gradually became vivid. It was the person who was killed by Do Zhao with a single strike on the mountain path. At this moment, he stood with Chu Yuji. Of course, he was the Tianjiao Xiao Shu, who Chu Yuji had invited to help. He had been on the stage at the Yellow River meeting, but Do Zhao did not remember. "How is it?" Chu Yuji asked without much hope. Xiao Shu had just been beheaded, but he was still smiling at this moment. He smiled and shook his head. Do Zhao is Do Zhao after all. He is not easy to fool. He didn't even wait for me to finish. Tell me, if everyone in the world is like this, how can the school of vertical and horizontal survive? He joked with himself in a relaxed tone, but Chu Yuji's tone was a bit heavy. You also wasted a puppet for nothing. It's not a waste. After all, I understand him a little more. Xiao Shu looked at Chu Yuji and smiled. There are so many groups in the Mountain Sea realm, and we are the weakest group. How can we not understand the mentality of strong? In the Tianjiao of Chu, the strong people who were invited to help were basically at the outer tower level. Even when Zhuo Guangshu invited Jiang Wang to help, Jiang Wang had not established the Star Tower yet. But he was still the head of the Yellow River at the Intermansion realm, so he was not the same as others. After such a long preparation time, only Chu Yuji invited Xiao Shu. His cultivation and background were inferior to others. This reflected not that Xiao Shu was inferior to others. It was that Chu Yuji's connections were far inferior to others. If it were anyone else, faced with such a topic, it would probably be difficult for them not to be discouraged. But Chu Yuji smiled. I can already see our first advantage. At least others won't think of targeting us first. Xiao Shu clearly understood Chu Yuji's personality. One sentence was enough to change his mood. At this moment, he smiled and said, "Very good. Then let's strike while the iron is hot and find our second advantage now." The accumulation of advantages bit by bit is victory. Chu Yuji did not hesitate to follow him out of the cave. Can you find it? Who knows? But in any case, it can't be worse. Haha, sorry brother Xiao. It's really not easy to drag you into this kind of chess game. I should say that Brother Chu's insight is like a torch. A disadvantageous chess game is exactly what I'm good at. If Do Zhao invited me, I really wouldn't know how to play. The two of them said they were inferior to others, but their footsteps were firmer than anyone else's. They talked and laughed calmly. But after all, their voices were only at the bottom of the sea and did not travel too far. It was just like when they entered the Mountain Sea realm, the first thing they did was not to explore, but to find a place to hide. Low-key quiet. The remembrance grass pointed in a direction. Jiang Wang flew all the way, chasing only the traces and not the people. This way, he could avoid the risk of being discovered to the greatest extent. Of course, if he was discovered, it would be nothing more than a battle. The worst result could be faced, so Jiang Wang did not hesitate to chase. It was fine if Zhong Lian and Fan Wushu did not gain anything, but if they did, they would immediately snatch it. If we have to fight later, don't hesitate and don't move lightly. I'll look for Zhong Lian, you look for Fan Wushu. It's best if we can rely on a sneak attack to get rid of one. Why don't we work together to sneak attack one? For example, Fan Wushu. Wouldn't that be more likely? In an environment like the Mountain Sea realm, a sneak attack is actually very difficult to succeed. They will not let down their guard. Then what's the point of sneak attack? To make them subconsciously think that we are still choosing to fight one-on-one. I think that Zhong Lian will not be afraid to face me, and Fan Wushu will not be afraid to face you. I will find an opportunity in the fight with Zhong Lian. When I turn to Fan Wushu, you will also have to use your strongest move. We will simultaneously unleash our greatest killing power on Fan Wushu. Once we finish him off, Zhong Lian will be easy to deal with. Right? Do you have any suitable trapping techniques? It's best if they can stop Zhong Lian for a while. I have the Transcendent Grade, Dao Technique, Dragon Tiger, and the Legalism Shackles. I think they will not be very effective against a martial artist like Zhong Lian. If it's a sneak attack, I can use the Elusive Mirage to stop Zhong Lian first. No matter how strong his body is, he can't do anything if he can't find the right position. The key is Fan Wushu. I only found out today that he is proficient in Ice Dao techniques. If that's the case, his defense in a short period of time will be shocking. In front of my killing nail, there's no defense that is shocking. Then, as long as the strength of his ice does not exceed 10 times that of the previous fight, I can create an opening in the shortest amount of time. I can create an opportunity for your killing nail. That's for the best, but we also have to be prepared for failure. After all, the opponent is not some weakling. Of course, I feel that our second plan is still to use Fan Wushu as the first target. If Zhong Lian is not trapped and immediately attacks, I will first. While flying, Smoke and Armor were actively exchanging ideas, discussing how to kill the opponent when they were fighting for the treasure. Zhuo Guangshu was excitedly discussing, nervous and excited. He had already completely forgotten his peace is the most important thing. He was only thinking about how to kill people together with Big Brother Jiang, regarding Fan Wushu's head as his in the bag. Seeing his little brother's growth, Big Brother Jiang was also very gratified. He had no thoughts of hiding anything. He imparted all of his precious experience of fighting in the wilderness. How to launch a sneak attack, how to plan, how to ambush. This made the eyes of the little Duke of Chu, who rarely traveled far, shine. He was full of worship, but as the saying goes, extreme joy begets sorrow. Perhaps the heavens were jealous of heroic talents. The two brothers were in the middle of a heated discussion when their field of vision was suddenly filled with white. Jiang Wang felt that his ears had almost gone deaf. He couldn't hear a sound at all. This change was too sudden. It happened in an instant. Even with Jiang Wang's sharp senses, he couldn't react. He only subconsciously pushed out the fire world, protecting himself and Zhuo Guangshu. After 2 breaths of time, there was finally sound in his ears. Rumble, rumble. Thunder rolled across the world. Only then did the brilliant and lively fire world appear in his field of vision. Only then did he see flame flowers and flame sparrows. Only then did he see thunder and lightning outside the fire world. It was a twisting bolt of lightning, like a dragon or snake. But it was too large, too powerful, and contained too terrifying power. It connected the sky above and the blue sea below. It was expanding and expanding at an astonishing speed. It enveloped all directions. It was like a massive pillar of lightning, as if it could split the sky and sea apart. And it was still expanding, as if it wanted to cover the entire world. Such a terrifying might was definitely the strongest technique that the Kuei cow had. Had something happened to the Kuei ox? Who was it fighting with? These questions appeared in his mind, but he didn't have time to think about them, because the most important question now was how to protect himself from this unreasonable influence. In the purgatory of mountains and seas built by the Zhuo family, there was a purgatory of thunder. Jiang Wang and Zhuo Guangshu had cultivated in it many times. But that so-called extreme environment was nothing in front of this terrifying bolt of lightning. The massive bolt of lightning expanded, and the periphery was a curtain of light formed by lightning. Of course, although it was called a curtain of light, it was only thin in comparison to this part of the world. To cultivators, the so-called thin screen was simply a roaring wall of thunder and lightning. On the wildly expanding curtain of lightning, countless lightning snakes swallowed and spat out power. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws, wanting to destroy everything. Everything he heard, everything he saw, everything he heard, everything he heard, everything he saw, everything he heard, everything he heard, everything he saw, everything he heard, everything he heard, everything he saw, everything he heard, everything he heard, everything he saw, everything he heard, everything he heard, everything he saw, everything he heard, everything he heard, everything he saw, everything he heard, everything he heard, everything he saw, everything he heard, everything. He heard, everything he heard, everything he saw, everything he heard, everything he heard, everything he saw, everything he heard, everything he heard, everything he saw, everything he heard, everything he heard, everything he heard, everything he saw, everything he heard, everything he heard, everything he saw, everything he heard, everything he heard, everything he saw, everything he heard, everything he heard, everything he and Jiang Wang's defensive Dao techniques were never top-notch. He was good at using offense as defense, and he made this choice decisively. With just a glance at Zhuo Guangshu, he madly urged his Tao energy, pouring more power into the fire world. This made the fire world more lively and also nurtured more majestic energy. Cultivation in the purgatory of mountains and seas was not only about adapting to various extreme environments, but also the tacit understanding between them. Before Jiang Wang even looked over, Zhuo Guangshu had already stretched out his hand and pressed down. Under his thin palm, a drop of water fell. This drop of water was clear, transparent, and beautiful like a pearl. Splash! There was the sound of water. The mighty black dragon pulled the divine chariot of water and suddenly leaped out. In an instant, the drop of water expanded into a world. In the blue waves, there were large fish swimming. The seaweed swayed, and crabs and shellfish lived together. The water world was born. It was similar to the fire world, but it was also a completely different creation. A creation that belonged to Zhuo Guangshu alone. It also boiled Zhuo Guangshu's vitality. At this moment, the water world happened to be below the fire world. The fiery red world and the azure blue world complemented each other. The world created by the two Tao techniques shone in the dark sky and lightning snakes for thousands of miles in the mountain and sea realm. From afar, it looked like a flame flower burning on a drop of water. Chapter 14:24. Flames bloomed on the water droplets. This scene was so beautiful, yet so discordant. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A terrifying sound rang out. Such two worlds would naturally clash. From the moment they were born, they had been frantically exhausting each other. The fire world was in the sky, and the water world was on the ground. Between the two worlds was the terrifying power of the collapse of two elemental energy worlds. Fire and water were incompatible. The rules repelled each other, and they were fundamentally contradictory. Nothing in this world should exist. This should be a failed combination, Tao technique. But in the midst of failure, true terror was born. The rules here were wrong. What was wrong was not only the opposition between fire and water, but also everything that entered this place by mistake. The roaring curtain of lightning that spread to this place swept over with a momentum that could sweep through everything. Wherever it passed, clouds scattered, water rippled, and even space seemed to distort. Countless fish and crabs in the water died. But when it crashed into the two worlds that consumed fire and water, but it was annihilated without a sound. The water world and fire world were being consumed at an astonishing speed and shrinking. But so were the countless violent lightning bolts. Jiang Wang controlled his power precisely, keeping the consumption rate of the fire world and the water world at the same time. They kept exhausting each other and consuming the lightning power. In the end, they almost disappeared at the same time. The lightning screen that connected the sky and the sea clearly paused for a moment when it reached the place where the water world and fire world coexisted. With the destruction of the water world and the fire world, the lightning screen in this area also became extremely thin. Jiang Wang took a step forward at this moment, and in an instant, his Tao essence madly surged. He pulled out the famed scholar sword and cut the lightning screen apart on the spot. Rumble, sizzle, sizzle. The aftermath of the terrifying lightning dispersed. The remaining lightning snakes swept past Jiang Wang's head and feet and rushed into the distance. Of course, they also avoided Zhuo Guangshu, who was behind Jiang Wang. The lightning screen was still far away, and the gap was quickly closing. The lightning power in other places would automatically flow to the other place to make up for it, but it had nothing to do with the two brothers anymore. A sudden disaster was cut open just like that. There was a saying that went, "Hemp ropes are cut at the thin end, while misfortune only finds the poor." Actually, it was only because the weak were unable to fight against misfortune that they would often end up in a miserable state. That was why their lives were especially bitter. And the strong had the ability to cut through misfortune. Those so-called calamities and tribulations were just small waves in life. You did well. Zhuo Guangshu looked at the terrifying lightning and couldn't help but smile. Of course, we can control it even more carefully. This was the first time the results of their training were publicly displayed. Zhuo Guangshu was obviously quite satisfied with the astonishing effects of this world-obliterating technique. Jiang Wang had already left by stepping on the clouds. Let's go and see what's going on there. Big brother Jiang, why are you in such a hurry? Zhuo Guangshu didn't quite understand. It might be very dangerous ahead. The most dangerous time has passed. Even if it's a Kuei cow, how many times can it unleash such terrifying power? Jiang Wang analyzed and asked, if the heavily injured Zhong Lian is not far ahead, will you be worried? The closer one got to the inner area, the stronger the power of the lightning. Even a powerhouse like Zhong Lian would be heavily injured if he didn't react in time. This was Jiang Wang's first judgment. And the Kuei cow summoned such terrifying lightning. Was there any chance of encountering an accident? Could it be that it was fighting with some other powerful foreign beast? Wouldn't both sides suffer? Crisis, crisis. After the danger, there should be an opportunity. Before Jiang Wang could finish his sentence, he saw a figure flash, and Zhuo Guangshu had already rushed to his side. The soles of his boots shone with light, and his eyes were extremely excited. His aura was aggressive and extremely urgent. Those who didn't know would probably think that his relationship with Zhong Lian was very good, and that he was in a hurry to save him. The enormous lightning created by the Kuei cow crazily expanded outwards, covering an area of thousands of miles. After enduring the moment of contact, the further in they went, the calmer the mountains and seas became. This place had already been ravaged. The roaring lightning was already far away, and it was still rushing into the distance until the power within it completely dissipated or it was destroyed by other forces. Jiang Wang and Zhuo Guangshu each wore a suit of smoke armor, dazzling and ostentatious as they flew forward against the backdrop of the gradually fading curtain of lightning. The low-pressure stratospheric clouds were gradually dispersing, and there were still sporadic lightning snakes roaming about. There was an inexplicable sense of loneliness, but it couldn't harm them at all. Before the terrifying lightning that connected the heavens and the earth spread out, the dim golden light of the mechanism Garuda was calmly sweeping across the blue sea. Its two wings spread out, casting a massive shadow on the surface of the sea. And Zhong Lian and Fan Wushu were each on guard, treading on the air. If the Kuei cow's tail appeared as a solid line, those looking down from above would be able to clearly see that Chu Shun, Monk Huaiyue, and Zhong Lian and Fan Wushu were on the two sides of the Kuei cow's tail. Zhong Lian's group was closer to the Kuei cow. The two sides, one on the left and one on the right, hadn't noticed each other yet. This scene was seen by an eye bug, and then transmitted to the distance through its unique connection. Take a guess. What did my last eye worm discover? Walking on the surface of the sea, Gutu's eyes shone as if he had caught his prey. Although he had been chased by the heavenly hound for a while, and even directly escaped from that floating mountain. But his crown was not tilted, and his clothes were not messed up. He had the temperament of someone who had calmly weathered the storm. On the side, Wu Ling clearly didn't have such good spirits, only saying, "Release." After being together for a long time, he had seen Gutu keep people in suspense. He didn't even bother to say, "If you have something to say, then say it. If you have fart, then fart." He directly shortened it to "release." A disgrace to the refined, a disgrace to the refined. Gutu bitterly and harshly condemned. Wu Ling walked forward silently and didn't ask any more questions. In the end, it was Gutu who couldn't hold back. He unhappily curled his lips and then said, "In that area of the sea, I saw at least 6 people, that is to say, at least 3 jade discs." "Who are they?" Wu Ling asked. "Zhong Lian, Fan Wushu, Chu Shanhua, Yu Qiannu, Zhuo Guangshu, Jiang Wang," Gutu said smoothly, as if he was reporting the names of dishes. Wu Ling stopped his footsteps, tilting his head. "What do you think? Release the caterpillars and see who is unlucky." Gutu grinned and then looked at him. "My family only has one caterpillar queen caterpillar. It only lays eggs once every 20 years, and only 2 to 3 caterpillar larvae survive each time. Although they will never grow into caterpillar queen caterpillars, and their lifespans are very short, they are still very rare. Since they were hatched, they have grown in the best environment. What I eat is not as good as what they eat. Wu Ling used his slightly large eye to glance at him. Just for courted. I understand. Only then did Gutu stop talking endlessly and took out a small transparent glass bottle from his bosom. That bottle was exquisite, smooth, and very beautiful. There were 3 black-winged insects flying back and forth in the bottle. They were about half a finger long, their heads extremely thin, and their feathers extremely thin. As their wings flapped, their tails brought out streams of flowing black smoke. Their bodies seemed to be illusory yet real. These people are all Tianjiao, and presumably have deep fortune. One caterpillar probably won't affect them much. I'll give up all 3 and see the result with my hard-earned capital. Gutu looked at this small glass bottle with a pained expression, and then passed it to Wu Ling. Throw it over. Just smash the bottle. Don't do anything else. Wu Ling's right hand pushed the iron crown and pulled out a literary chi. He casually used a brush to encircle the small glass bottle, and his left hand held out a sand table. It was 3 feet long and wide, and the material of the chassis was hard to distinguish. In short, the color was deep and black. The sand table piled up mountains and gathered seas, and the corresponding environment was revealed. In the entire sand table, most of the places were chaotic, trapped in fog. In the clear area, there were floating mountains and blue seas. The 3-dimensional appearance was all the places that the 2 of them had explored or observed since they entered the mountain and sea realm. Position. Wu Ling's words were concise. Gutu looked at this sand table with envy. He rolled up his literary chi to form a line, and after looking for a position, he pointed at the sand table. Wu Ling directly used his literary chi to encircle the small glass bottle into the sand table, and it landed at the position that Gutu pointed at. As if it had fallen into the fog, it instantly disappeared. A pair of big and small eyes stared at the sand table, looking at it seriously. Actually, it doesn't matter if you don't have the primeval stones. Our relationship, Gutu said at the side, use this mountain and river disk to pay off the debt. Wu Ling glanced at him. In this mountain and sea realm, apart from Chu Shanhua, no one has the right to ask me if I have the primeval stones or not. You have no shame. It's not just a matter of the primeval stones. It's not so shallow. Gutu sighed. The most important thing is fate. Can you understand fate? This item is fated with me. The first time I saw it, I felt close to it, like it was fated. Wu Ling turned a deaf ear. Gutu said, to be honest, Brother Wu, don't you feel that your mountain and river disk is very compatible with my iBug? It could be said to be a match made in heaven. Ask yourself, if you didn't have the help of my iBug, would you be able to grasp such a large area of information and deduce the mountain and river disk to such a degree? It is very compatible. Wu Ling nodded his head and said with a serious expression, name a price, your iBug, and the method to raise and control it. How much are you selling it for? I'm too lazy to care about you. Gutu waved his hand and skipped this topic. At this time, on the mountain and river disk, at the place where the glass bottle had fallen, a bolt of lightning suddenly rose. The area that had already been explored was once again covered by a thick fog, and the area of the fog was still continuously expanding. This meant that the environment was rapidly changing, and the degree of change was very deep. Otherwise, the area that had already been explored on the mountain and river disk would not have become dim. Wu Ling looked at Gutu's day. At this time, the last iBug had already been killed by the lightning. That bolt of lightning was the last thing it saw. Gutu's knowledge was not more than Wu Ling, but he smiled confidently. Do you see? Do you see this bolt of lightning that can destroy the world? This is the power of my family's bug. When it comes, everything will bully it. Even the Kuei cow will be affected. Now you know how much the primeval stones you spent were worth, right? Wu Ling's big and small eyes were full of suspicion. But that bolt of lightning was indeed destroying the area that the mountain and river disk had already explored, and it happened right after the bug had fallen. He could not help but ask, what is happening there now? There are many forms of misfortune, natural disasters and man-made disasters. Who can say for sure? Gutu said, anyways, the Koei cow is definitely involved. Do you want to go take a look? Maybe there will be a surprise? Wu Ling shook his head. The art of war says, know yourself and know the enemy, and you will win every battle. Our opponents are not just those 6 people. We should stick to the original plan, first explore the environment, wait until we have the geographical advantage, then wait for the right time. Gutu said confidently, my bug has already been scattered, the right time and the right place are in my hands. What is there to wait for? Wu Ling looked at him. Your bug is so powerful. How come when you participated in the Yellow River meeting, you were only in the top 8? Gutu raised his chin, arrogantly pointing his nose at him. People who are not even qualified to participate in the Yellow River meeting, I'm afraid they're not suitable to mock the top 8 of the Yellow River, right? Wu Ling held his breath. He was embarrassed to say something like Chu was an overlord country and the competition was more intense, so he was speechless for a while. After all, he was the master of this trip. Gutu felt that he could not offend the rich man too much, so he took the initiative to say, in a place like the Yellow River meeting, where the emperor is watching and Jinjuan is in charge, what can my bug do? The 2 best draws for the top 8 to top 4 are Yin Xiaofei and Fan Wushu. I drew Yin Xiaofei, which is already the result of my ancestors continuously swallowing misfortune for a long time. What else do you want? Even if you drew Fan Wushu, you may not win, Wu Ling said with some jealousy. Gutu did not deny it. Man can conquer nature. Luck is only one aspect. For a real strong person, using strength to overcome misfortune is a common thing. Look at that Qi Jiangwang in the Inner Mansion. First he met Xiang Bei, then Qin Jizhen, and finally Huang Sheli. He fought against the 3 overlords of Qianjiao and challenged Qin Jizhen and Huang Sheli, the strongest people in the Inner Mansion. It could be said that he had the worst luck, but in the end he won, which is also the most convincing. Turning his face, he looked at Wu Ling with a smile and said, this time if you help me get the essence blood of Hui, Fan Wushu, Yin Xiaofei, and the others, won't they be nothing? At that time, I will have luck and power. It is the will of heaven. Heroes are free. Don't be too optimistic. Wu Ling looked at the mountain and river sandbox for a while, and then put away. This time, you and I have a very small chance. I'm only doing my best. If we really calculate, what you want is even more difficult. You know how difficult it is. Didn't you say that as long as we gather all 9 jade discs to enter the mountain and sea realm, we can directly open Huang Weijian's secret storehouse? This is the simplest way, right? Gutu said with a smile. Then we just have to kill them all. Wu Ling was silent for a while, and then said, your courage is praiseworthy. The records of the strange beasts of the mountain and sea recorded 200 li to the east. It is called Time Mountain. There's a lot of gold jade and precious wood. There is a beast. Its shape is like a bull with a white head, 1 eye, and a snake tail. Its name is Hui. Running water will dry up. Running grass will die. Seeing it will cause a great plague. What Gutu had his eyes on, the strange beast with the same name as himself, was the legendary beast of disaster, the god of disaster that wreaked havoc in the world. Compared to those Qianjiao that entered the mountain and sea realm, it was much more vicious. If one really wanted to talk about courage, with the essence blood of Hui as the goal, it was probably more courage. However, Wu Ling was clear that the Ge clan of Yu had their eyes on the essence blood of Hui. It was not just 1 or 2 generations. In the year 3627 of the Tao calendar, the Ge clan entered Time Mountain. All of their elite 27 people, none of them returned. In the year 3795, the Ge clan's family head's relative, Calamity Water, in order to find a young Hui, a Taoist, left without any news. The Ge clan was an ancient and famous clan of Yu, mysterious and powerful. However, with the rapid changes of the cultivation world, many strange beasts gradually became extinct, The ancient insect controlling technique could no longer keep up with the times and gradually declined. In order to break through the bottleneck, the Ge clan struggled for who knows how many generations. Otherwise, why would Ge be called Hui? Chapter 1425. Chu Shunhua stood on the wide back of the Garuda and felt the wind in the mountain sea realm. Mysterious, beautiful, and ancient. This was the unique charm of this realm. The clouds, the blue sea, and the floating mountains were all retreating quickly. She liked this romantic freedom. She hated what she wanted to hate. She didn't hold back what she should love. Whether it was long or short, it was a lifetime. How to live. She only asked herself how to live happily. Among all the female experts in the world, she admired Qi Xiao the most. Qi Xiao didn't smile, but when she smiled, she would kill. And there was no one in the world that she couldn't kill. She did things as she pleased and never cared about what others said. In the hands of the Qi family, they snatched the command of the Xia Corpse Army and guarded Juming Island for many years. No one can restrict Qi Xiao. Qi Xiao is only loyal to herself. She couldn't be Qi Xiao. The Chu family was too old and too powerful, but she also wanted the greatest freedom within limits. She liked Zhuo Guangshu, so she was generous. She built him a brothel, climbed into his window in the middle of the night, got into his carriage on the road, and walked around holding his hand. After Zhuo Guanglia died, she especially wanted to do this, regardless of what the Chu family said. The Mountain Sea realm was a place that fascinated her. All the rules of the modern world seemed to no longer apply here, and all of his beautiful imagination had turned into reality. "Zen Master Moon," she shouted in the wind. "If you can, would you like to stay here forever?" "I don't want to," Yu Qianyu said calmly. "My path is not here." It was a bit disappointing, but this was Yu Qianyu. Chu Shunhua thought. At a certain moment, dazzling lightning appeared. It was a huge lightning bolt that connected the sky and the sea. It bloomed with dazzling light and spread at a terrifying speed. It was so fast that it was impossible to avoid. The world was vast, and there was a roar in the ears. It was like falling into a dead zone. Chu Shunhua still opened his arms as if he was embracing the lightning. At such a terrifying moment, he didn't do anything and left everything to his teammates. What kind of trust was this? And Zen Master Moon didn't betray this trust. In such an extreme situation, she reacted immediately, as if she didn't experience the calamity that Chu Shunhua had experienced. In fact, she had already taken a step forward and shielded Chu Shunhua behind her the moment the thunder roared. At that time, the lightning was pulling at the sky, and the glaring light was like a knife, as if the sky had been cut into many pieces. However, the real threat was still the expanding curtain of lightning. It swept across everything, covering everything between the sky and the sea. It was unknown what had gotten into that Kuei cow. It was as if it was rushing to exterminate this region of the sea. The mechanical Garuda suddenly rose high in the sky, and its golden wings quickly closed together in front of its body. Like layers of sharp knives, it had the determination to cut through the lightning. The sarcoma-like ruby pearl on top of his head shone with golden light. The power of light formed a half-shield of golden light in front of him. It happened to block the spreading lightning curtain. Whoosh! The golden arc shield could not hold on for even a breath, and shattered on the spot. The Garuda's golden wings also shattered piece by piece amidst the agonizing sounds of struggle. Under the crumbling formation patterns, the material that was neither gold nor wood was exposed. Destruction was right in front of him. At the same time, Chu Shunhua regained his sight and hearing. He saw the dazzling lightning in all directions and heard the thunder rumbling like a heavenly drum. However, he still did not do anything. He only stood silently on the back of the mechanical Garuda, silently watching the curtain of lightning in front of him. It was close. At this moment, Zen Master Yu stretched out a hand. The sleeve of her robe fell down. Her hand was also a very standard woman's hand, but it had a brass luster. Her 5 fingers were madly tapping something with a stable and high-speed rhythm. There was a very strange feeling, as if she was communicating with the lightning. Then, her hand continued to move forward, directly pressing into the terrifying curtain of lightning. Sizzle. The entire wrist of this hand instantly disappeared in the lightning. There was no flesh and blood, no white bones. It was almost completely destroyed. However, at the same time, the tyrannical lightning suddenly calmed down a lot and even had a sense of docility. There was actually a trace of warmth and holiness in the dazzling light of the lightning. The curtain of lightning continued to move forward without stopping. It passed through Zen Master Yu's forearm, then her shoulder, then her entire body, but did not cause any harm. It gently passed through the huge mechanical Garuda. Chu Shunhua, who was standing behind Zen Master Yu, even only had an extremely subtle feeling. It was even softer than a gentle breeze. And this curtain of lightning that connected the sky and the sea, outside the range of contact with them, had not stopped raging. It was clearly dancing wildly, and it was clearly still surging with the impulse to destroy. It seemed that only this range had been gently domesticated. How amazing! The rumbling thunder quickly went away with the curtain of lightning. The mechanical Garuda, which had lost its wings, floated in the air, looking particularly clumsy and miserable. However, Zen Master Yu slowly took out a palm from the storage box and calmly pressed it on her broken hand. After a slight surge of Tao essence, she moved her left hand away, but her right hand had completely returned to normal. She even nimbly made a few hand seals. Then, she took out another storage box, opened it, and pulled it out casually. Saws, planes, axes, hammers, ink, all kinds of smithing tools and materials floated in the air in a dense and orderly manner. They all stopped at the most convenient position for her. It seemed that she planned to repair this mechanical Garuda on the spot. She was obviously a brilliant disciple of the Cleansing Moon Nunnery, a Buddhist cultivator with a clear background, but she was so proficient in the Mahist arts. It was really somewhat puzzling. However, Chu Shunhua and Zen Master Yu were obviously very familiar with each other. At this moment, he was not surprised at all. He just looked forward and suddenly said, "Someone's coming." Zen Master Yu waved her hand casually and collected all kinds of smithing tools and materials, then closed the storage box. She stood on the back of this floating mechanical Garuda and looked forward with Chu Shunhua. Zhong Lian, whose face was covered in dust, was flying over at high speed with Fan Wushu. Zhong Lian's martial attire was obviously new, and the quality was not very good. Under the lightning that jumped out from time to time, it felt like it was going to disintegrate at any time. Perhaps it was not appropriate to describe Zhong Lian as covered in dust, because his face had obviously been specially cleaned, and there were no stains. However, his entire body, from head to toe, was constantly emitting electricity. That terrifying lightning just now. He probably didn't dodge at all. Beside him, Fan Wushu was much more handsome. His clothes were neat, and he was still lightly waving his folding fan. Only some frost had not melted on his temples. The moment Chu Shunhua saw them, they also noticed the broken mechanical Garuda and the 2 people on it. Zhong Lian, who was originally frightened by the Kuei Ox's power and had already recognized reality and was about to leave, immediately clenched his heavy sword with both hands. "Sister Shunhua, leave, cherishing the past, and I'll spare you this time. Otherwise, I'll have to leave." The poem engraved on the 9-page jade wall in Chu Shunhua's hand was cherishing the past. Without the 9-page jade wall, anything obtained in the Mountain Sea realm couldn't be taken away. Now that she lost the 9-page jade wall, she lost the possibility of obtaining anything in the Mountain Sea realm. However, if Zhong Lian didn't kill her, then she still had the possibility of snatching other people's jade walls. If she was killed now, she would directly leave, lose 30% of her divine soul origin, and gain nothing. According to Zhong Lian's logic, he indeed spared her this time. However, Chu Shunhua clearly didn't agree. A toad yawning, "You have such a big tone." Not only did Chu Shunhua not dodge, She jumped off the mechanical Garuda and rushed towards Zhong Lian. I'll kill you first, and then take your wading the river. Zen Master Yu followed behind her without a word. On the other side, Fan Wushu immediately formed hand seals to support Zhong Lian. Zhong Lian's undissipated state couldn't be hidden from others, and he didn't want to hide it. To his opponent, this was indeed the best opportunity. He was indeed weakened greatly and not in his peak state, and needed to constantly expel the lightning in his body. He admitted that Chu Shunhua had grasped the opportunity firmly and was very courageous. However, the difference between his cultivation level and the inner mansion realm was not something that could be covered by these things. A terrifying power surged in his body like a volcano erupting, immediately suppressing the invading lightning, leaving it in the corners of his muscles to be dealt with after the battle. Blood flowed like a river, roaring and surging. Muscles collided with each other like the rumbling of rocks. At this moment, Zhong Lian had completely let go of himself. Boundless blood qi rushed out of his head and into the clouds. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Splash. Right in front of him, a water dragon with long horns, thick scales, and 4 claws rushed out of the sea, bearing its fangs and claws as it pounced towards him with murderous intent. The seawater suddenly became violent as it rumbled furiously. Numerous water peaks were uprooted and swiftly surrounded the surroundings. Big Brother Jiang, kill him. Zhuo Guangshu's angry voice sounded. Zhong Lian turned around without hesitation, and his boundless blood qi dissipated like smoke. His body was like lightning as he left through the air. He only had time to say, Fan Wushu, don't fight. He was confident that he could face Jiang Wang, Zhuo Guangshu, Chu Shunhua, and Yu Qianyu alone. However, no matter how confident he was, he didn't think that he could stop the 4 of them working together. The short fight earlier was enough to show that Jiang Wang alone couldn't be dealt with in a short time. There was nothing embarrassing about making a prompt strategic retreat. It was true that Zhong Lian liked to fight, but he wasn't a fool. There was no point in trying to fight a losing battle. He was afraid that Fan Wushu was stupid and couldn't understand the situation, taking his usual boasting seriously. Therefore, he hurriedly reminded him. But when he looked up, who else could it be but Fan Wushu with his fluttering sleeves? This guy had already started running the moment he sensed the water dragon. He ran quickly and steadily, even faster than him, an expert of the 20th stage of the martial path. You bastard! How can you run so fast? Zhong Lian said unhappily as he flew. Fan Wushu didn't even turn his head. If I didn't run faster, would I be able to outrun you? Zhong Lian said angrily. What if I didn't run? What if I fought with him? Then I'll burn incense for you during festivals. The 2 ran for hundreds of miles, one in front and one behind. Only then did they confirm that they had shaken off their pursuers. Their eyes met, and they both felt relieved. But when he thought about what had just happened, Zhong Lian couldn't help but regret making friends. But before he could condemn them, Fan Wushu had already angrily rebuked. Why didn't they say anything before joining hands? What a despicable person. That Zhuo Guangshu and Chu Shunhua were engaged since they were young. They were originally together. Zhong Lian rolled his eyes, and then frantically found excuses for himself. Why else do you think I ran? I would have killed them one by one. It's mainly because they were childhood sweethearts and had formed a tacit understanding. And my condition wasn't perfect. Fan Wushu didn't know if he believed it or not. He only said angrily, Damn it, the Mountain Sea realm is a place where everyone has to rely on their own ability. They actually formed a group and entered with a woman. Shameless. Extremely shameless. He then turned to Zhong Lian. Brother Zhong Lian, if you have any friends, why don't you contact them? Let's join hands and deal with them later. We have to let them know that they aren't the only ones. Zhong Lian coldly snorted and said majestically, I, Zhong Lian, am a man. I don't believe in the heavens or fate. I only rely on a pair of iron fists and a sword. Fan Wushu glanced at him and said faintly, You don't have a single friend in Chu. Is that what you mean? Zhong Lian snorted again. No, I don't want to hear it. Fan Wushu painfully pressed his forehead and asked, then among the people who entered the Mountain Sea realm, do you have a slightly normal relationship that you can cooperate with? Seeing that Zhong Lian was silent for a long time, he couldn't help but ask, all of them have conflicts? Zhong Lian said angrily, if I knew, I would have put you in front to block the lightning. Just now, when the terrifying lightning bolt had spread out, Zhong Lian had indeed stood in front of it alone, taking all the damage. Fan Wushu had only been unharmed because he had been hiding behind him. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He took the initiative to soften his tone. Since you can't find anyone to cooperate with, then tell me, what do you plan to do next? Zhong Lian had obviously thought about it, and said without hesitation, first kill Do Zhao, then Jiang Wang, then Wu Ling, then Zhuo Guangshu, then Xiang. But wait. Fan Wushu hurriedly stopped him and asked in a clear tone, I'm asking about plans. In other words, plans. Do you understand? What was your original plan? What he meant was to stop planning and quickly change his mind and think about the mystery of Huang Weizhen's descent of God. Unfortunately, Zhong Lian didn't understand and said honestly, first kill Do Zhao, then Wu Ling, then Xiang Bei, then Zhuo Guangshu, then Chu Shanhua. Wait. Fan Wushu furrowed his brow. So this Zhongli guy had come to the mountain and sea territory just to kill people without any scruples? I'm actually quite curious. Fan Wushu was so angry that he laughed. Instead, he calmed down like an outsider. Why is Jiang Wang ranked so high in your list of people to be killed? Just now, he didn't seem to have time to attack. Zhong Lian said angrily, if it weren't for Jiang Wang, why would I run? He knew how to distinguish between the main and the secondary. Fan Wushu covered his face with his hand and was speechless for a long time, until Zhong Lian suddenly pulled him behind him. Clang! The heavy sword swept out and blocked an attacking claw. In this moment of confrontation, Zhong Lian and Fan Wushu were able to briefly see the appearance of the target. It was a strange bird shaped like a crow, with green eyes and a red beak. Its wings flapped and it disappeared from sight. Then came the crazy sound of metal clashing, like the strings of a pipa, resounding around Fan Wushu. What kind of luck is this? Such a thought flashed through Fan Wushu's mind. He simply condensed ice on his body and turned into an ice sculpture on the spot, to reduce the pressure on Zhong Lian's defense. Outside the ice sculpture, more frost fell to slow down the strange bird's speed. There is a ferocious bird called the eating crow. It has green eyes and a red beak, and it can't be seen. It likes to eat people's heads. Records of the strange beasts of the mountains and seas. In the sea region where the lightning wreaked havoc, the two sides Tianjiao were at daggers drawn, neither giving way to the other. A great battle was about to break out. The Duke of Great Chu appeared in such a situation. He was wearing a light blue smoke armor, and his robe fluttered in the wind. He rode the waves and came over. From afar, he raised his hand and a majestic water dragon swaggered out of the sea, scaring Zhong Lian and Fan Wushu into fleeing like rats. He was truly a hero. He had the heroic bearing of saving a beauty. The only thing that didn't fit was Chu Shanhua, the beauty who was saved, not only didn't wait there pitifully, she even furiously chased after Zhong Lian for dozens of li, seeing that Zhong Lian ran as fast as the soles of his feet had been smeared with oil, and couldn't catch up. She angrily gave up. Zhuo Guangshu suddenly felt that he might have saved Zhong Lian. On the other side, Chu Shanhua turned back. Dark blue smoke rose from her body, accentuating her beauty. She also put on the supreme smoke armor and went to meet Zhuo Guangshu and Jiang Wang. Zhuo Guangshu had, of course, offered a creative Dao technique like the supreme smoke armor to Chu Shanhua long ago. The Duke of Yu's mansion naturally didn't lack primordial stones. It was just that Chu Shanhua had other ways to deal with Chengshuan's environment that didn't require her to constantly use the supreme smoke armor, so she had almost never used it. Of course, now that Zhuo Guangshu had appeared, the situation was naturally different. The Supreme Smoke Armor was very useful and had to be used at all times. Big Brother Jiang, thank you for coming to help. Chu Shunhua flew forward with a bright smile and thorough etiquette. Jiang Wang, who was following closely behind Zhuo Guangshu, indeed felt the boiling fighting spirit of this sister-in-law of his. He couldn't help but be a little curious. What exactly was the ability that Zhuo Guangshu had said she had hidden? How could it allow her to have the confidence to fight Zhong Lian head-on when the gap between their cultivation levels was so obvious? As for Zen Master Yu, who was covered in a gray robe beside Chu Shunhua, she was as silent as a statue. No one could see any emotions from her. I think if we had come a little later, Zhong Lian and the others might have already died, Jiang Wang said with a smile. Of course, he was praising Chu Shunhua, but it wasn't necessarily false. If Zhong Lian had really fought with Chu Shunhua, it wouldn't have been so easy to escape. At that time, if he and Zhuo Guangshu suddenly joined the battle, at least one person would be left behind. He was leading the way at the front, but then he took the initiative to slow down. Unfortunately, Zhuo Guangshu was afraid that Chu Shunhua would be injured, so he used his Dao technique before he even got close, scaring Zhong Lian away in advance. Big Brother Jiang is used to praising people. Chu Shunhua smiled generously and introduced the two sides to each other warmly. This is Big Brother Jiang. This is Zen Master Yu. Jiang Wang smiled politely and bowed his head as a form of greeting. Zen Master Yu also nodded. They were considered acquaintances. The two sides didn't seem to have any intention of befriending each other. Chu Shunhua sensed this keenly and was about to say something to avoid it. Zen Master Yu had already put away the broken mechanism Garuda and said with her usual speed, "We have to go ahead and take a look." Compared to the fleeing Zhong Lian and Fan Wushu, the story of the Kuei cow was obviously more attractive. If they were late, there probably wouldn't even be a trace left. Therefore, Yu Qiannu didn't even repair the mechanism Garuda and was about to set off. Chu Shunhua looked at Jiang Wang. Seeing Jiang Wang nod, he said, "Then let's go together." Jiang Wang turned his head and saw that Zhuo Guangshu had already flown to Chu Shunhua's side. He couldn't help but feel bitter. This unlucky child. He left the team so quickly. Where was his sense of competition? But Zhuo Guangshu didn't have the time to look at his big brother's eyes. He had already started chatting with Chu Shunhua, exchanging information about the mountain sea realm. There were mountains and seas everywhere. What was different? What was there to talk about? Jiang Wang was indignant, but he still had to maintain a smile. In the area washed by lightning, the four of them flew toward the center of the terrifying explosion of lightning. In an environment like the mountain sea realm, it was not easy to leave scars. Not long after the lightning rolled, except for the occasional spiritual lightning snake, it was hard to tell what had happened here. With the four of them together, they didn't have to worry about any teams in the mountain sea realm. Therefore, they were extremely fast. Not long after, they arrived at the place where the bolt of lightning had first erupted. There was still a violent energy in the air, but the Kuei cow that had created this energy was nowhere to be seen. Countless fish and shrimp corpses floated on the water's surface, faintly emitting the fragrance of meat. Jiang Wang even saw a lot of yellow seashells and some creatures that he couldn't name. They were all completely dead. Why would the Kuei cow fight here? Jiang Wang tried to trace the aura of the Kuei cow soul with a memory tracing secret technique, but the difference in strength was too great. He couldn't succeed at the step of simulating the aura of the Kuei cow's soul. Zhuo Guangshu and Chu Shunhua obviously didn't find any useful information. To be more precise, they weren't looking for anything. They had been chatting, and from time to time, they were clearly whispering to each other. It was unknown what they were talking about, or why they had so much to talk about. Jiang Wang glanced at them, and then looked away. He silently held the red makeup mirror and observed the details within a 50-mile radius. Young people were unreliable. Big Brother had to take responsibility. Zen Master Moon seemed to be in the same mood. She was flying around, carefully inspecting the surrounding environment, as if she didn't know exhaustion at all. "How is it? Did you find anything?" Chu Shanhua probably remembered that their conversation had finally come to an end, so she flew over. Zen Master Moon glanced at her and roughly understood that she wanted to share information. There was no need to hide it from Zhuo Guangshu and Jiang Wang, so she said, "He fought with the Kuei cow here." In other words, the Kuei cow's lightning was to attack him. Him? Zhuo Guangshu came over curiously. An expert who's very good at hiding. We suspect that he's the owner of a lost 9-chapter jade disc. The Kuei cow was chasing after him. Chu Shunhua explained. Zhuo Guangshu and Jiang Wang looked at each other, surprised. There were more than 7 groups of participants in the Mountain Sea realm this time, and this unknown expert actually had the strength to escape the Kuei cow's pursuit. At the very least, this person had escaped from the core area of the lightning that connected the heavens. This kind of strength was difficult to measure. "He seems to have discovered us," Zen Master Moon said again. "Why do you say that?" Chu Shunhua asked. Between the two of them, the traces of one of them were very obvious. But here, he used the opportunity of the Kuei cow's lightning to instantly wipe them out. His own aura completely disappeared. It's obvious that my tracking triggered something, and he was able to sense it, so he chose to leave. Chu Shunhua was shocked. Based on her understanding of Zen Master Moon, Zen Master Moon's ability to capture information should be unique among the people who entered the Mountain Sea realm this time. That person was actually able to sense Zen Master Moon's tracking. He must have extraordinary methods. Under the descent of gods, who could do this? Chapter 1426. You said that their auras completely disappeared. Why can't they be killed by the Kuei cow? Zhuo Guangshu asked. Zen Master Yu glanced at him and said meaningfully, "Death can erase all traces." Jiang Wang understood Zen Master Yu's words deeply. However, it was obviously too difficult for Zhuo Guangshu, who didn't have much life and death experience, to understand. Even though he was so smart, Jiang Wang thought for a moment and asked, "Zen Master, can you determine the outcome of the battle between the Kuei cow and that person from the traces of the scene?" Zen Master Yu said calmly, "The outcome depends on how you define it. The Kuei cow clearly had an overwhelming advantage, but that person also successfully escaped." Chu Shenhua was also very curious. I wonder what that person did to make the Kuei cow chase after him so relentlessly. "I'm afraid only that person knows," Zen Master Yu said. Jiang Wang silently analyzed the details reflected in the red mirror. He seemed to have caught a familiar feeling, but he lacked conclusive evidence. While he was thinking, a strong sense of danger surged in his heart. He was about to speak. Zen Master Yu had already shouted first. "There's an unknown danger approaching. Let's leave this place quickly." The group immediately turned and followed behind Zen Master Yu, flying in the direction where the Kuei cow's traces were the faintest. They were all Tianjiao. Even the youngest Zhuo Guangshu only lacked some life and death experience. After only a short period of time together, they naturally formed a tacit understanding in battle. Zen Master Yu led the way at the front. Zhuo Guangshu and Chu Shunhua were on the left and right. Jiang Wang held his sword and brought up the rear. Such a team should be able to hold on for a few rounds, even when facing a divine-level beast like Luo Yu. And if it was just purely escaping danger, they were quite confident. However, the powerful team of 4 only flew for less than 3 miles before stopping. They had to stop. In their field of vision, a group of dog-like beasts with black fur appeared. Just by looking at their appearance, they were no different from ordinary dogs. Only their fur had a special luster, but it wasn't very obvious. One had to look very carefully to see it. Even if they were in a group, they didn't look very fierce. But that indifferent gaze actually made people's hearts turn cold. It was clear that even with Chu Xunhua's best information gathering ability, Zen Master Moon was unable to lead them away from this hunt. These strange beasts were intelligent. Zen Master Yu and Chu Shunhua immediately put on their guard. It was obvious that they knew the origins of these strange beasts. Zhuo Guangshu quietly reminded Jiang Wang, "This is a disaster. It's an auspicious beast." It was easy to imagine how terrifying an exotic beast with an ominous name was. But the scariest part was more and more of them gathered. In the air, on the surface of the sea, and even at the bottom of the sea, they were densely packed. They approached at some point in time, gathered at some point in time, and completely surrounded the four of them. Furthermore, there were always new calamities joining the battle. This was a group of exotic beasts with tactics, cooperation, and ambushes. This point was far more frightening than his powerful combat strength and ferocious nature. Zen Master Yu stretched out his hand with a brass luster and pressed forward. Golden light shone, like the shadow of a paradise, flashed and disappeared. A curled figure stretched out in the golden light, turning into a guardian divine general more than 20 feet tall. It descended with a bang. This divine general had the head of a horse, the body of a human, and a single horn on his head. The golden light in his bulging muscles dimmed, and he held a poker in his hand. He had an indescribable majesty. He opened his mouth and shouted, and a beautiful melody flowed in the air. However, there was no sound of blood flowing, nor was there the aura of a divine soul. It was clearly another mechanical puppet. Mechanism Nara, the legendary god of music of the Buddhist sect. In Jiang Wang's ears, this sound had a beauty that was close to the Tao. If he could hear it often, it would probably be able to improve his Tao of sound. In the ears of the strange beasts, this sound was clearly extremely powerful and oppressive. Just as the mechanism was about to close in on Nara, the group of calamities in front of them all took a few steps back under this shout. But they quickly stabilized their position again. The speed of this team could already be compared to an elite army. Clearly, there was a king among this group of calamities. That king of calamities must have a considerable amount of intelligence and firmly controlled the group of beasts. At the same time, it was extremely good at hiding. At the very least, Jiang Wang couldn't see where it was hiding at all. They were also in a group, but compared to the group of yellow shells that Jiang Wang and Zhuo Guangshu encountered earlier, this group of calamities was clearly much stronger. The current situation was also much more dangerous than before. Chu Shunhua formed a hand seal and raised it in front of her. A blue wind swirled around her body, and this whirlwind expanded in the blink of an eye, violently and fiercely expanding. At this moment, the noble and beautiful her had become the eye of the storm. The terrifying storm enveloped and protected the four of them, and wreaked havoc on the entire group of calamities. In the inner circle of the storm, Zhuo Guangshu raised his hands and instantly summoned 9 water dragons, which swam around the group. Dragon roars sounded everywhere, extremely intimidating. Only Jiang Wang remained motionless, holding the red makeup mirror in his hand, his eyes red. He wanted to find a leader of this group of calamities as soon as possible. There were too many calamities, so the current situation wasn't enough. Only by killing the leader of the calamities as soon as possible would they have a chance to escape. Under Chu Xinhua's control, the raging storm first came into contact with a group of calamities. This could be considered the group's first test attack. But something terrifying happened. The group of calamities' black fur was swept up by the storm like weeds, sticking close to their skeletons. But the group of calamities themselves didn't move at all. The unique, flowing luster on their fur seemed to have gathered the power of the calamities under the control of some kind of will, allowing them to resist the storm. They only looked at the prey in their encirclement with cold eyes. Chu Shanhua had such a powerful A-grade high-grade Dao technique, but it had no effect at all. Zen Master Yu immediately followed up with an attack. The Chimera directly leapt into the air, fearlessly charging into the group of calamities. The stick in its hand almost shattered the air, easily crushing the heads of a group of calamities. However, none of the dead calamities let out a single scream. All of them died on the way to the Gennaro Luo. And after the blood and bones, more and more calamities rushed forward. In less than 3 breaths worth of time, they had completely covered the 6-meter-tall Chimera. You could even see the golden light squeezing out from the group of calamities, hear the rhythm of their voices, feel the might of the stick being swung, and clearly see the Kinera struggling, but it obviously couldn't do anything else. Zhuo Guangshu also controlled the 9 water dragons to attack in all directions. But they only managed to kill a few dozen calamities before they were torn apart and returned to the water. It was obvious that these calamities had a very strong counter to Dao techniques. On top of that, they had such exquisite coordination and such terrifying numbers. They were practically a nightmare for any spellcaster. The gray-robed Zen Master Yu opened her mouth and chanted, "I Siasamaha." Every chant resonated with heaven and earth. This was the Samsara Vajra incantation, an incantation used to deliver all living beings from torment. The Kinera that was trapped in the group of calamities suddenly glowed with golden light for several dozen meters, almost overturning all the calamities that covered it. But they were immediately covered again. There were simply too many calamities. They were densely packed and almost covered the entire area. No one knew where they came from or how they managed to surround it without making a sound. Zen Master Yu hurriedly reinforced the Kinera, but it still didn't succeed. She clasped her hands together and looked up at the sky. At this moment, the veil was blown away by the wind, revealing a solemn female face that also had a brass luster. It wasn't beautiful, but it definitely wasn't ugly either. It was very normal, and had a kind of shameful solemnity. She spoke. "As a Buddha, I shall slay all demons." Rumble, rumble, rumble. There was no lightning in the sky, but the sound of explosions was like thunder. Tens of thousands of golden streaks of light seemed to tear through the sky, descending from the sky. A gigantic divine wheel with a diameter of several hundred meters crashed into the group of calamities like a mountain. Dao technique, 8 treasures demon slaying technique. This was one of the treasures used to suppress the divine wheel. A huge gap also appeared in the densely packed calamity beasts. It was hard to determine the number of casualties. This kind of power, this was a transcendent grade Taoist technique. As a brilliant disciple of the cleansing moon nunnery, Zen Master, you had always displayed the puppet technique that was mixed with sure Mo's. In fact, it was still based on the power of Moism. This was the first time she displayed the combat strength of a Buddhist sect. As expected, it was extraordinary. But that was it. There were too many calamities, and there was even an endless stream of calamities rushing over from the distance. It was as if all the calamities in the mountain sea realm had gathered here. The empty space created by the 8 treasures execution magic was instantly filled up. There were even countless calamities that rushed into the sky and bit at the dazzling golden light. They actually blocked the remaining attacks of the 8 treasures spell in the sky. The corpses of calamities continued to fall. However, there was not a single scream of calamities, nor was there a single calamity that retreated. They were like the most elite Iron Army. Blood and death only made them more manic and ferocious. Whether it was death, injury, or charging, they didn't make a sound, but it was enough to make people feel their determination to bring pain. Would it bring misfortune to the strange beasts? For a moment, the calamities were pouncing from all directions. Even the strongest Tianjin of the Buddhist sect, the descendant of the Duke of Great Chu, was like a candle in the wind. In this almost endless black tide, it could be extinguished with a breath. However, Tianjin had always been superior to strength. No one would be helpless in front of these strange beasts. Boom! The sea waves shook. The entire sea seemed to shake. The majestic black dragon appeared in the world, pulling a luxurious chariot. Zhuo Guangshu transformed into the Hebo body and stood on the divine chariot with a lotus on top. His armor covered his body, and his robe fluttered in the wind. His hands were wide open as if he was hugging the sea. Rumble! With the 4 of them as the center, a water barrier rose. In the barrier, there were water currents that were like knives, crazily cutting. This part of the sea had built a thick and ferocious wall for its current ruler. No foreign enemies were allowed to invade. But at the next moment, splash! This water wall suffered tens of thousands of attacks in an instant and instantly dissipated in the water. Countless calamities died under this terrifying water wall, and their corpses fell into the sea. However, there were even more calamities that were approaching. Chu Shanhua stood to the left of Zhuo Guangshu. She had beautiful eyebrows, red lips, and beautiful clothes. After the hurricane's spell failed, she, who had silently observed the battlefield for a long time, suddenly emitted a bright light. It was as if there was an endless amount of light radiating from within her body. The dazzling light covered her and gradually condensed into a huge illusion of a beautiful woman in a beautiful dress. Although it was an illusion, it had a real and powerful aura. She was beautiful, majestic, powerful, and holy. She had compassion in her heart, but she carried out her majesty. It was the divine ability, heavenly lady, thinking of clothes in the clouds, beauty in the flowers, the spring breeze brushing the railings. The dew is thick, if not on top of the Jade Mountain. We will meet under the moon in the Jade Pavilion. It was not a peerless beauty in the mortal world, but a natural divine ability. Chu Shanhua closed her eyes and stood in front of the heavenly lady's chest. It was unclear whether she reflected the heavenly lady or the heavenly lady described her. Beauty and beauty intertwined. "Where is it?" she asked. Zen Master Yu casually waved her hand. A golden line of light shot out and circled around a large area. Just like Jiang Wang, she had also been searching for the location of the leader of the calamities. But the other party was extremely sly and never showed up. Even she could only lock onto the general area. At this moment, Chu Xunhua's eyes abruptly opened. The giant heavenly lady also opened her eyes. Her eyes were like a river, filled with glory. The illusion instantly became solid, like gold, like light, divine and inviolable. The heavenly lady separated her hands, each holding a thin sword, then leapt forward in a graceful manner, heading straight for the group of calamities. This heavenly lady was over 70 feet tall, and the thin swords in her hands were also huge swords that were over 10 feet long. But the calamities weren't any bigger than normal dogs. In comparison, they seemed so weak. The heavenly lady charged towards the group of calamities like a giant charging toward the pack of puppies. Two thin swords crossed each other. The huge sword phantoms had already carved out 2 large trenches in the group of calamities. The number of casualties was unimaginable. At this moment, the heavenly lady was like a goddess. Chu Shanhua controlled this heavenly lady illusion to charge into the group of calamities. Roar! 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 Almost all the calamities let out a roar at the same time. This was the first roar they let out since the start of the battle. Obviously, Chu Shanhua had found the location of the calamity King Beast. But at the same time, the calamities surrounding Chu Shanhua became more agile and coordinated with each other better. Bite by bite, they bit through the heavenly lady's radiance. On this side, as soon as Chu Shanhua controlled the heavenly lady to slash, causing a large number of calamities to die, a large number of calamities pounced on her and bit down on the sword. Sword Chi roared and cut them down. Then a new calamity bit down on the sword. In less than 5 breaths' time, the golden divine heavenly lady had already been bitten by the black-furred calamities. She was about to follow in the footsteps of the mechanical chimera. After the 6 golden light talismans were broken, the mechanical chimera had already been bitten to pieces by the calamities. At this moment, a green robe flashed past. Jiang Wang stepped on the green cloud, surrounded by the light of the 5 divine abilities, calmly strolling through the dense group of calamities. The Calamity King Beast was indeed cunning. Under the urgency of the situation, it was also mixed in with the roars of the calamities. But under the immortal sound perception state, all sounds were heard. Its voice was no exception. It was clear and precise, pointing out the location of the Calamity King Beast for Jiang Wang. As a result, Jiang Wang opened the heavenly palace and stepped on the clouds with the immortal art. An old general in his twilight years clashed with life and death as he headed straight for the ordinary-looking calamity beast king among the beasts. Clang! This calamity king beast that looked no different from the other calamities. Before the tip of the sword was about to reach it, it clawed out like a peerless swordsman and clashed with Jiangwang. Roar! Seeing that it could no longer hide, it stopped hiding. Its body expanded rapidly, becoming about 12 feet long, far larger than the other calamities. The tip of its tail shook, splitting into 3 forks. At the same time, a flame flower bloomed in the sky. It was as if it was describing the beginning. Amidst the resplendent flames, countless flaming flowers fell from the sky. The flame flowers gathered in one place. Stacked tall buildings, burning eaves, burning pillars, burning pedestrians, everything gathered. Everything was vivid and lifelike. Everything was majestic. Everyone, all the calamities, couldn't help but look up. They were attracted by its beauty, by its majesty. It was a huge, burning city, as if it had fallen from the 9 heavens, as if it had come to destroy the world. It was called the Flame Flower Burning City. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.